Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. This sound guy, I'm telling you, every day I think I'm just going to have to fire this guy. He just doesn't understand what I'm asking of him. Unbelievable. You think you have a good crew to do a podcast, and you just can't trust these people. I'm going to have to check his papers. I want to see if he actually is legal. Good morning, Chris Paza. Good morning, Robert. How are you, big bro? And Kramer it's over here wondering if I am going to wear a suit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I got this, it's called the Focusrite. It's kind of like a little amplifier for my condensed microphone, and I turned it off last night. They always recommend to turn it off to avoid any damage to it. So I normally don't do it, but the sound guy, it's all his fault. Today, I want to thank you guys for my morning coffee. I actually had filled up. Now it's been a while since I've gone out to the espresso stand to get some coffee because it's very expensive now. But I actually had a card that was punched out. So this coffee today was the accumulation of all the coffees that I have bought from them, and today was free. My favorite coffee, just so you guys know, when it comes to flavor coffee, it's in a espresso americano with 4 shots of dark coffee and 4 shots of white coffee with a little splash of white mocha chocolate. That is my favorite, special drink, so to speak. And then for coffee, I like coffee black. If I'm going to drink just coffee. You guys may have seen me here mixing a little bit of sweetener. I don't use sugar. I use a sweetener instead of sugar. Trying to cut down a little bit on sugar. Some people told me that sweeteners are actually worse. We'll find out. Let's see. This sound guy, it must be some illegal immigrant that I may have hired here. I don't know. He says he's a citizen, but I don't know. He's very shady. Very shady. I will have to. I will have to verify him. I will have to verify him, guys. Hey, good morning. We have a great show for you today. I spent almost 7 hours yesterday. I think it was. Had so much fun with you guys. I allowed people to call in multiple times. Well, not multiple times, but multiple people call in. And I'm gonna tell you something. As the title of this video says, "I told you so." Wow, I cannot believe what I am experiencing in person. I never once in my life did I think that the state of Washington would go in the direction that is going, but you have to understand something. When you have a child that throws a tantrum, if you don't correct that child, he will get worse. And eventually he will act out and take it out and the rest of the people around him. I want you to understand this. Sanctuary cities are the cancer in every state. I kid you not. You know, I feel like, if I tell the truth, I'm doing my job. And as many libtards come in here and tell me that I'm lying, listen, you tell me what I'm lying about. A lot of libtards come in here and tell me I'm a sellout. You go ahead and tell me, who am I selling out? A lot of libtards say, oh, well, you're just a traitor to your people. Who's my people? Go ahead, and you're going to call me a traitor. Go ahead. But tell me, who is my people? I like how, people, they look for the weak to pounce on. I'm nobody's bitch. I am not weak, and I do not like being controlled. So a lot of people are not going to like my opinions, but it's the truth. They are facts. And all the facts that I give you is life experience, life learned. And I would expect that people who are my age or older would have common sense to be able to understand what's going on right before our own eyes. I'm going to tell you, I don't know what the problem is. And for all these libtards that say Trump is going down, you guys are so retarded. You have no idea what you're saying. You don't know what you're doing. You guys need to wake up. You need to wake up and smell the coffee. You really do. I will say this. There's a lot of illegal immigrants that come in through my chat, okay? I know that there's a lot of libtards who are emotionally compromised. I know there's a lot of retards as well in our country, in our state, and everywhere. I understand that. I understand that there is a mental illness going around. And very unfortunately, it seems to have gotten worse after the vaccines. Some say, now this is not a fact, this is allegedly, some say the vaccine was created to affect something in the brain of people. Well, it didn't affect my brain. I still believe in the policies from 3 decades ago, 4 decades ago. And you see today people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and all the people out there who used to think a certain way, and all of a sudden you listen to them and you're like, who the hell is this person? You don't understand why people are bipolar. You don't understand why people have taken a 180 turn on their belief. They're crazy. And nothing makes sense. There is something in our brain that tells us, hey, this ain't right. There is something in our brain that is programmed to tell us to do something because this makes sense for survival, for order, for everything, for love, sadness, joy, anger. You know what I'm saying? There's something that triggers all those emotions from our brain. And if a vaccine was meant to control something in that brain, it may have taken that switch off. That little switch that tells you this is right, this is wrong. And it's not that I know everything, guys. It's not that I'm the smartest, I'm a genius. I am, please. I'm not going to say I'm as dumb as Gavin Newsom, but, you know, I'm not a genius. I use a lot of critical thinking, and I try to put 1 and 2 together, and I'm very blessed that I feel that God sometimes gives me enlightenment. But you look at these things, and you will agree with me. You will look at people who used to think this way for decades, probably all their life. They have been very good patriots. And now all of a sudden, they're siding with Muslim terrorists. They're siding with countries who kill their own people, who sacrifice their own people for their own power grid. You know, I don't understand that mentality, but I do know that something in our brain makes us be who we are. And something's going on. Now, before we get into more of this, we are going to actually listen to our great POTUS, for he is live right now. And, well, he was live about 15 minutes ago when he went on. Well, let's just take a listen to it. I do have to make a phone call, so don't get jealous. But I want you to go ahead and listen to this, and we will get back to the actual argument that I'm making today. And I'm telling you right now, I told you so. It's not a lightly word. I told you so. You, my friends, the American people, you will be shocked of what you hear about Washington State. Or maybe not. Maybe you are one of the smart ones and have been paying attention to what's happening in blue states. All right, here we go. Our POTUS.
Thank you very much. Please, Susie. No place like the White House. Do we agree?
Agreed.
Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present, unfortunately, constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. It's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but that we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word, and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%, China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, you mean for 40 years we're protecting you and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor, very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago, predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly, I wrote it in a book. You can even check, about a year before the World Trade Center then came down. President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it, unfortunately. I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great, we're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well, but we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that. And it's been a great relationship, and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually, numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly and wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, "Who's the one that leaked this?" And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it, had to turn it around, because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do, unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex. It was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third-grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to see a lot of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room, and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room, and this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room for the cocktail area or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do is they would do them on the lawn with a tent. But when it rains, the lawn is very low. And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of the UK, I would say king of England, who's a great guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. So, and it rained a lot. So we're building, finally, because I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that, zero. It's going to be, it's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. Be literally, we're having it under budget other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are incredible. But it'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no. But Bob said, I would like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote, although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building. We know they know how to do it. So thank you, Steve, very much. But we've made incredible strides over the past year. If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and it needs new. It's old. It's, how many years is it, Rick? What's the total? 50, almost, yeah, over 50. And we have 50-year-old air conditioning, more than that, actually. And it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than, you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, et cetera. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks, a lot of people have commented, it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. Little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake, very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them, Matt, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building, and we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was. There was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else. And Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction. And I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it, and I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So anyway, I learned from you. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What
spend
was
time
the
with family.
diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's, it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
With
he
a
would
heart
mind.
problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So, long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you, thank you.
He
It was
actually
amazing.
called Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" "Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible." He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, "That's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote." But he really said, "Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live," it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the two doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, sir, I think he'll be fine. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, I think he'll be fine. And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second, all right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff, and she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter, and she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape for, he'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis, you probably saw it, and she's going to take care of it immediately, as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately, because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually, and she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So,
Thank you, sir.
but who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, the legendary, this wonderful place was literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot of money, were out borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board, not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English, and he became the largest owner of Disney. Right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House because it's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter, and started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike? Which was that? Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one, and it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people, and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, with $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems. And some of it we fixed, but most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party, and then after that we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction. We've already purchased seating, as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. Takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine, and we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. As the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So the right way to do it is just close it and fix it and open it. We'll begin right after, as I said, July 4th celebration. And thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to give. So, Rick, I thank you very much for the job that you've done, and I'm delighted that you really are. You did a great job. It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay. They've survived. Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. He knows what it is to pound people. Right, Ike? Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? Oh, what's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks. and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash. Most people have a problem. They don't have any cash, right? Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And Matt, I just really, I'm here to a certain extent to wish you good luck with everything and to introduce you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning, and going to be assuming the role of Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, where he'll lead a construction crew for the next, a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things. We have a lot of things happening. We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building a, literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have about 100,000 people in the park right across the street, where he's building, I believe, 8 massive screens for people to watch, free, all free, for people to watch. It's June 14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, 2 great people. Great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske is going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I was always very upset. When I got the Olympics, I said, I won't be president because it was last term if I went by the normal progression. And then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election, and I said, let's do it again, and we won in a landslide. And I came back, and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? So I claimed the Olympics, and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim 250-year celebration. I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible, and it's really nice. What we're going to do is we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch, and it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy, so many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here, and we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please, CNN. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic, and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have 1 or 2 that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate, and I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, But I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French President?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been, on a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
We don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's gonna help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them, because my attitude is, we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
President, you mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost 0. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. Same story. Look at that. Alfie Van Hoel. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe, yeah. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the
They
government?
want to make
of
a
Iran?
deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. When, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then the third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you
Well,
about
it's
him?
not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one, we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced
I will say this, nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
something else, now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and They cost $1 billion. And we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe. Take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day. We're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do. But I think we're going to have the situation straightened out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war. He also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, he hasn't. Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And there's a theory. You've pounded them to hell, and you can just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory, but we want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah. Which president? I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as, nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine, they don't have guns. And the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago, and they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely, and 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction, because they can be brave, but they're not stupid, and they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Right? Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. You know, the Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me, I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term, even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone, Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
What the hell are you talking about, SoCal? Anyways, hey, listen, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in to listen to our great POTUS. I will open up the phone lines so that you guys can go ahead and take it all out on me. Let me tell you something. To my dear friend, retard SoCal All-Star, a governor, it's the head of a state. It's the leader of a territory. That governor can also be a president. That is the title of the head. I even gave you the definition of it. Now, that's just me making sense and understanding why the president can misspeak. But you libtards, you guys have so much hate for Trump. You guys really just linger, you just hang on so tight to the most insignificant issues. That means nothing. I don't understand how retardation works in your brain. I wish that I can help you. I wish I can help you. If I go, well, Puerto Rico is just a territory. It's not our state. Puerto Rico is still theirs. This is still their country. It is our territory, but it's still their country. I don't think you understand how Puerto Ricans see their island. Anywho, it is the same thing across all the territories. Their governor is the head of that state, and as such, the title is president. Now, we determined the word governor to distinguish the difference. Every state has a president. You don't believe me? Who is the head of state in every state? The commander-in-chief. Same title as the president. Commander-in-chief. Anywho, forget about some little stupid details like that. I'm going to tell you, even after knowing history and all this stuff, there is still a lot of Americans out there that don't know that Puerto Rico is not a country. It is a fact. So take that with a grain of salt. All right. If you want to call in, go ahead and put a 1 on the chat. Now, before you call in, I'm going to point out a couple of things. The same people who hate war are saying enlist, draft dodger. You guys are insulting people because they're not doing what you wish them to do. There's no way to please you. I understand that. You called me a sellout, a traitor, because I respect immigration laws. And you call me a sellout because I say all migrants need to respect immigration law. And yet, after you say all that, you keep saying, I hope ICE comes for you. You guys are so retarded. This is what I don't understand about you. And then you go in here and you say, oh my gosh, did you see President Trump? He just gave them McDonald's. Gives lobsters and steaks to our military. Oh my God, he could have gave them McDonald's. The retardation in the libtard mind, it's unbelievable. I cannot comprehend. Let me tell you something. People that are against Israel, human rights, Hammer, I've told you this. Your little retard brain doesn't let you understand. Human rights are not the same as legal rights. This is a country, a land of laws. You don't get to do whatever the hell you want. You got to respect the law. And that is for the better of everybody, not just your selfish ass. With that being said, you guys are so hypocritical. You guys are the same people protesting to defend criminal illegal immigrants. You guys are the same people protesting to defend Hamas, a Muslim terrorist organization. This is what you do. This is what you do. You rather have Venezuela have a dictatorship, having multiple drug boats coming into our country. You'd rather have Iran send death to America and do nothing. You'd rather have our enemies take us by the balls and do nothing. You'd rather have China, who has been working to dominate the globe, knowing they are communists and the government is the most disgusting government that I've ever seen. Number 2, Korea, North Korea. Number 3, I don't even know who the number 3 is, but Russia's pretty damn close. You can sit here and call me names. That's fine. But think about the logic. You guys are like the Hebrews who were delivered from Egypt. 400 years in slavery. And yet, when you were freed, you just said, I want to go back to Egypt. This is your mentality. Use common sense. Critical thinking is not illegal. Critical thinking is not illegal. This is you guys. This is you guys in a nutshell right there. That is this is what I call a libtard. Just so you know. If you're a Democrat, you're not really a libtard until you manifest into a libtard. I want you to understand that. When you say, I don't want war, none of us do. But you know what we got to do? We got to do what we got to do. For all of you who says, why don't you enlist? Draft dodger, as if you are supporting the United States of America. When you stop being the cancer that is trying to destroy the United States of America, that's when I will take your opinion very seriously. There is a lot of people who have some legit arguments, and I understand that. But to stand against America when our enemies want us to be divided, your critical thinking is nowhere to be found. SoCal, thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. I can only take ignorant comments for so long. SoCal is probably one of the most retarded people I have ever talked to. I try to have a common sense communication with him, and he defends pedophiles and yet accuses President Trump of being one. He defends the Democrats who are destroying California, and he says there's nothing wrong with California. We are the 4th largest economy power in this country. Why, right. And so you guys really love paying almost $9 a gallon of gas. Let me guess, which taxes from California are your favorite? Your state tax? Your city tax? Your sales tax? Which one? The regulating tax? The forced bills that ignore all the vote from the people? Which tax is your favorite? Which policy do you love the most? Let me tell you something. The title of my video says, I told you so. Because I have been telling you, and this is a fact. Fact check me. I have been telling you, if you allow illegal immigrants to be in this country, you will lose your country. Your rights don't mean shit to the government. Do you understand? I told you, the government is going to continue to go farther and farther left, and you are going to lose your states. Let me give you some examples. Washington State. Washington State has voted. The people have the right, according to the Constitution of Washington, the people have the right to vote for taxes, for income taxes. What taxes are put in sales? The people have to vote. It is a democracy that is being followed. Do you know what they do now? They put bills on the floor right away. And if you think that you can trust the judicial branch, The judicial branch is just the nail on the coffin. They don't think about Americans first. I do not trust the legislative nor the judicial. Why? Because they put Americans last. They put illegal immigrants first. Let me tell you how much they are being bent. Washington State passed an income tax, 10% increase in taxes. Now we have about 58% of tax increases in our state. We are the highest tax state in the country. We even beat Libtard, California. We are literally the worst. Factories, companies. Listen, you can blame Trump all you want, but you got to use common sense. When you have rich people live in your state, when you have Microsoft, when you have big corporations that are trying to leave your state because the reason why they were here is because this was the best state to come in and do business. Now it's the worst state to do business. Why? Because Democrats like to punish you for making money. They like to punish your investments. They like to punish your sacrificing time. They like to punish everything that you do to raise your business, to do something, not just for yourself, but for the people around you. I know of business owners who pay over $250,000 million in taxes every single year. And you know what they say? I don't mind, as long as I'm not being called the problem. It's not, as long as I'm not being accused of being an animal. For Pete's sakes, if you really believe that you can be a billionaire, go be a billionaire. Go be a millionaire. You should appreciate that there is actually people that can do that. You should appreciate that you have soldiers who are eager to go into war. This is what they train for all their life, they say. Those are warriors. And yet Democrats come in here and make them look like pussycats. They're not pussycats. They're real men and women who have the courage to stand up and fight for what they believe is right. And those who turn against it are traitors. They should be dishonorably discharged. You think everybody can be a soldier? No. Not everybody can be a soldier. There's a lot of people in the military that shouldn't be soldiers. They don't got what it takes. They shouldn't be encouraged to be in the military just to make money or get an education. You do it because you are a patriot, because you love this country. And let me tell you something. Whether you think that this military, this little war that you're calling, that we have over here with Iran, if you think that by leaving them alone that we're going to be free, you are more retarded than I thought. If you are my age or older, you should know better. We're not going to sit here and wait until the terrorists have us by the balls. That's not how it works. You got to be preventive. None of the libtards ever come in here and say, oh my gosh, we're 30% less drug coming into this country. Crime is down. The economy is going up. None of these libtards. You know why? They have no brains. They're so retarded. They can't think. They're like Jerome Powell. They're too late. They're too slow. I call out to all Americans. I don't care if you're a Democrat or if you're a Republican. Which, by the way, if you are far right, you are also a libtard. Don't think that you have a privilege that somebody else doesn't have. For all of the people that keep saying human rights, you guys are so ignorant. How many times I got to say legal rights are not the same as human rights? Do you understand that? Very simple. I told you so. You allow illegal immigration to happen, especially mass illegal immigration. You will affect the economy. You will take away housing. You will take away benefits. And all the libtards say, oh, it's not possible. It's illegal. They can't do that. No shit, Sherlock. That's why we're in uproar. That's why we're against it. Because they're not supposed to. And they are. That is the problem. They are abusing the legal rights of the American people. I will not forget, not one Democrat stood up when President Trump said, is the government supposed to put American citizens first before illegals? Not one Democrat. Every single Democrat during their campaign has said that all benefits that belong to Americans should be given to illegal immigrants. And yet, even till this day, I still get people saying, oh, that's not possible. It's illegal. Illegal immigrants don't get benefits. Shut the hell up. It has been proven more and more every single day. Here in Washington State, not only did they do unconstitutional defending criminal illegal immigrants, but they included an income tax who is also unconstitutional, and the people didn't get nothing. You know, we have the Second Amendment rights, and we should be out there up in arms against this tyrannical government. But you know what? We are more patient than that. And I hope that we get to unmask these criminals in the government right now. I sent a message to Bob Ferguson this morning, and I told him, I hope that you don't have dirty hands with money because I'm coming after your ass. I will get audits on this government. If I win the governor's state over here in Washington, these people will all be held accountable for everything that they have been lying to the people about, for everything that they have been changing behind people's back, which is very unconstitutional. Not only that, but guess what? Now they have given illegal immigrants. There is a bill to protect illegal immigrants because they're hardworking farmers, they're servers, and they're cooks and all this. Listen to me. That's not how the law works. They are breaking federal law, and that is unconstitutional. They are also trying to remove the requirement of citizenship to become a police officer, meaning that they want to give undocumented illegal immigrants the chance to carry a firearm and be policing the streets of the American people. How many illegal immigrants do you see over here supporting and loving the American people? Not many. You are allowing our enemies to be in government. Ilhan Omar, the only citizens that she helps is her own people. She, in Congress, calls the white people the white devil. She supports abortions on Americans, but not on Muslims. Think about that. 78% of the population increase in Washington State has been illegal immigrants. How the hell do you sit here and think that's okay? It is not okay. And the more illegal immigrants we get in this country, check me. Check me. The more illegal immigrants we have in this country, take a look what happens to the cities. Take a look what happens to affordability. I am nobody's fool. Go enlist in the military. Hey, well, I wish I could. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be running for a very small position called Commander-in-Chief of Washington State. Yes, I'm running for president of Washington State. Check me. Go ahead, check me. Go fact check. Go take a look at Washington State. See what's going on with taxes. I can't believe this. I made a short video and I said, oh, the economy must be booming. Most people didn't understand that sarcasm. Because every libtard is telling me, oh my God, gas prices is destroying the economy, and yet there's thousands of people at the mall spending money on earrings, on some ugly ass pants, $250 pair of jeans. This is the logic of the libtards. If you want those things, then shut the hell up. Stop complaining about the economy. I go and talk to an older man and his son, And they both tell me that Starbucks is not leaving. It's a lie. Companies, millionaires are not leaving. It's a lie. Oh my God, it is in writing. Democrats that are too loyal to the party are blind. You need to be able to see the changes. Listen, I don't care how much you think you love people. You don't. You hate yourself. You got to defend this country. Lynn, I don't hide behind anybody. My name is Dennis Herrera. I want you to give me your opinion. I want you to give me your opinion. So I will allow you to call in, and please tell me, how would you fix the economy? The border is secured. We still have millions of illegal immigrants. Tell me how we can fix this problem. How can we fix illegal immigrants being in this country? And don't tell me to give them papers. That's not the solution. That's not the solution. Because you're inviting the world to come here illegally. This has been going on for decades. Same shit. The moment that somebody gets amnesty, boom, we get other millions of people coming in here illegally. We got to keep our word. I'll let you guys call in. Let me see if I can get, please, somebody call in and make it make sense. All right? Only thing is, make sure you're respectful. I will hang up on your ass if you have no etiquette. Let's get real. All right, go ahead, Griff. I think if Griff is here, Griff wanted to call, go on and call me. Let's talk about this. Democrats allowing illegal immigrants to become police officers, to take positions in the city council. What do you think is going to happen when you allow foreign illegal immigrants to take over any type of government position? What do you think is going to happen? You guys keep saying that we're going to lose this midterms, but I want to tell you something. If we don't win the midterms this year, we are all going to lose. And you are going to take us down with you. And I hope not. I hope that we actually prevail. All right, go ahead. Let me get the first call in here. If you visit Euro and Travel and you were picking on him yesterday, please call me. Okay, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
How's it going? My name's Eric.
Eric?
Yes.
All right, brother. What you got for us? Positive or negative? Just tell me what you feel. Or believe,
some
actually.
people may see it as positive. Some people may see it as negative, but I like to call it as I see it and shoot straight.
Sure. Go ahead. That's what I like.
All right. I think you were asking what can we do about the illegal immigration problem?
Yeah.
This is going to be very controversial for some people, but I think we need to get our women behaving better so that more men will marry them and have babies.
Ouch.
So we don't have to rely on illegal immigration to keep our population steady or rising.
Yeah, that's you're on that one, bro. But that's a good point. That's a very good point.
Is below 2.1.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And it's funny that, here we are. I am a migrant in this country, but I understand that in order for this country to not become the third world shithole country that people don't like, we have to defend it. And just because I get the privilege of becoming an American citizen, it doesn't mean that I'm going to allow others to break the law. That's just not how it's not me, man. I can't even allow my own family. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I say anybody can come into this country? No. And here's the thing. If you are here illegally, just know that when you get deported, your sob story about all these 10 children that you made here to be anchor babies, they all got to go with you. There's a whole argument with this birthright citizenship, and I think that the Constitution has been misinterpreted for way too long from the beginning of the Constitution, and I think that it should be amended. But that's just me thinking about that.
A lot of those anchor babies are going to end up with relatives that do have citizenship. So I'm okay with that.
And I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. And then, you know what? Here's the thing: those who do have citizenship, they have the right to be able to adopt those children or keep custody of them. But the illegal parents, they still got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's
America being such a popular place that a lot of people want to move. We should allow the brightest and most successful and the people with the highest education levels to move here.
Yeah. You know the other thing that I'm hearing, like even from the chat, right? You should also move because you're a migrant. No, retard. The reason why I feel so entitled to be here is because I received the privilege of being here. And the difference between me and other ungrateful migrants is that I actually appreciate this country. I love this country. I want the laws to be respected. I want the countrymen of this great nation to be respected. They should be looked at as more special than you are if you are an illegal immigrant. And you can judge me and say, oh, now you're going to the social class. Well, listen, it is a fact that if you go to Honduras and you're not Honduran, believe me, you are less than Hondurans to them. And this is why when we are foreigners and we go and visit other countries, and you'll be my witness, we are so grateful for the hospitality. And probably if you're a humble person, you will know you don't deserve to be treated with so much respect, right? Do you feel like that when you go to another country, different culture, and they treat you very hospitable, very nice, they treat you like family? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, when you go somewhere, you got to follow their customs and their rules, and you got to earn the respect.
100%. 100%. And that's exactly what I want. For people to, just come in here and just do ignorant comments like go home. I am home. I'm an American citizen. Don't be jealous. Don't be envious because somebody else has it better than you. If I was to go back to Honduras, okay, one of the things that I tell people is this. We were given an oath as children because we start very young. We were very civic back then. We start very young, and the oath, check this out, the oath is a patriotic oath. Patriotic means that you are for the land, okay? That's what, in Spanish, that's what it means. Patria is the land. And so it's called patria because this is the land that provides for you. Right, it's like a paternal thing. So the land that provides for you, that is who you vow to make an oath to. When I came to this country, I came here with permission, meaning I bring no shame to my people because I am actually let to come in here and visit or stay. We apply for a green card, we got it. Okay, I still bring no shame to the people that I represent. I become an American citizen after 2.5 decades because I wanted to make sure that I did want to be an American citizen. And I've done that. So if you think about, waiting 3 decades to become an American citizen, why would I even care that people have been here for 4 decades illegally and they are now being deported? Nobody told them that as long as you stay here and nobody catches you for this amount of time, you can be a citizen. That's not how it works. And, I have this big problem where people that, you tell them, hey, be careful. There is a pile of shit right there. Don't step on it. And they go and step on it themselves, knowing that there is that pile. And then they want to complain about the stench. It's like, we told you. There is a law that says do not come into this country illegally. Do not overstay your visa or you will become illegally. Do not commit fraud. That is a felony. They do all of it. And when they get caught and when they get repatriated, they blame the president. It doesn't matter if it's Obama, Biden, Trump. It doesn't matter. They blame the country that is enforcing their laws. And I tell you what, they should be ashamed of that. They should be ashamed of that. Not us, not the American people, not the migrants that came here that actually love this country. Most of these illegal immigrants, they're just here to get money. They're just here to work for themselves and send the money back to their country. So when I hear illegal immigrants on my chat try to come out here and try to insult me with this, homie, don't play that. I just don't play that game. I just feel like Americans, even if you're Chinese and you're Vietnamese or whatever country you come from, once you become an American, bro, there's got to be some sort of pride. There's got to be something in there that tells you, hey, listen, I chose to be part of the greatest country on earth, and I'm going to do everything that I can to defend it. If I can go and serve in the military, so be it. If I have to, if my children have to, so be it. It is part of being an American citizen. But these people don't do that. They don't do that. They look at a 70-year-old Filipino getting deported. Oh, my God, the old man. And the guy is a freaking rapist. It's a child rapist. And they don't care. They're so emotionally unstable, compromised. This is what you see from, I know what you said about women, but this is what you see with white liberal women. This is who they are. They're conflicted in emotions when they see somebody getting repatriated. They are not going to Alcatraz. Well, I mean, Alcatraz,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? That doesn't exist, but that is a symbolical. They're not going to prison. They're going home. How much do you hate their country? Just, oh my God, dude. Listen, why would I hate you? Why would I hate you if you send me back to my country? Why would I hate you? It just doesn't make sense, man. I want somebody to make it make sense.
Yeah, there's something called communal narcissism. It's where people like to do good for others just to make themselves look good.
Yeah.
And compensate for their bad behavior. And I think that's what a lot of these white liberal women who are standing up for Black Lives Matter and illegal immigrants, they don't really care. They're just doing it to make themselves look compassionate and caring.
Yeah, that's
even though
right.
They don't.
Yeah, I believe that too. I see that. I see that myself. And I think that that's why they do it. You know, white guilt, right? You had all these Black Lives Matter ignorant ass people out there having all these white people bow down to them and ask for forgiveness. What kind of bullshit is that? Like, seriously, what the hell? Okay, are the black people going to bow down to us and ask for forgiveness for all the crimes that they have commit in the United States of America against the white people? It is most retarded thinking. I just don't agree with that. No, hey, listen, criminals will pay the price for being criminals, but you are not going to use your skin color to make somebody else feel less or make them feel like they're victims or that they are oppressors. I just don't believe in that. People can't play that card with me. I am the minority of the minority. My history of my ancestors is the same as the American natives. So freaking what? We are a new country, a new nation. And we like it the way we have it. So all these Democrats that are trying to destroy our nation, they really want to go back to war. They say no, but they really are. They forgot what civil war is like. They don't understand the government. Check this out. The government here in Washington State has made so many rules to take our Second Amendment rights away. And you know what? Every day, more and more, unbelievably, more and more, I see them doing more unconstitutional things and bypassing the voice of the people. They are getting rid of we the people and grabbing their people. Because illegal immigrants, whether they like it or not, they do vote for them. This is why they don't want us to audit the voter rolls. They have so many thousands of illegal immigrants voting, and sometimes twice. Oh, my God, dude. It is crazy. There is this guy. This is an investigative journalist. There was this illegal immigrant who voted 7 times in our elections. I got some clips that I'm going to share for everybody, but did you want to have a final thought?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious the main reason that the Democrats opened the borders the 4 years of the Obama presidency is they knew that some of them would slip through and vote, and that some of them would eventually become citizens and most likely vote Democrats, vote for the Democrats. And Democrats pretty much only care about power and being able to make the rules because they don't really create wealth themselves. They can only tax it from other people.
That's right. Wow, you hit the nail on the head, bro. That is right. That's
And I guess
that's
I'll
how I
leave on
see it
that
as well.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for calling, man. You have a wonderful
No
day.
problem.
Be blessed,
All
brother.
right, take care.
Yep. Wow, he hit the nail on the head on that one. I tell you that right now. Cotton Nice, thanks for the super, bro. It's called suicidal empathy because the women don't have children, and that empathy go directly to others to feel important. I call it very low self-esteem. I see a lot of white women that like to get beat up by black men. I see a lot of black women that like to get beat up by black men and white men. It is a self-esteem problem sometimes, but a lot of times it's just a rebellious spirit, and people need to control it. Let me share a couple of things here. Let's go to the to my X account here, and I'm going to share this. The first one that I'm going to share is Senator Mazi Hirono. Here we go. The SAVE Act is not about strengthening voter ID, she says. It's a way for this regime to steal upcoming elections. Yeah, because when you have a voter ID, nothing says theft like proving that you're an American citizen and have the right to vote. You see the logic? That's why I can't talk to SoCal. SoCal, that's his logic. That is the way his logic works. And that, my friend, that's not how it works. Republicans want to silence millions of eligible voters. Well, let's listen to this lunatic Hawaiian politician that should not be in office at all. She should not be in this position at all. Hey, I'm still down to meet sometime if you're game. Triple B. Man, I don't know where you're at, bro. I don't know, man. But don't worry. You will see me campaigning in the future. I'm sure that we can make something happen later on. Don't worry about that. All right, let's take a listen to this.
The name on your birth.
Look
This
at the
is not
excuse.
about voter ID.
Hold on, crazy lady. Her excuse is for women that get married. Let me point out a couple of things. If I need to leave my wife some money when I die, her last name is not the same as mine. She will have to show a marriage certificate. Ah, man, how do you do that? You go to the court. You pay a fee, and they'll print it for you. It has the date of your marriage. It has your original name and your husband's name. It is obvious. A marriage certificate shows your original last name. You want to prove that's you? Well, your license has that birth date. If you have a birth certificate, that will verify the ID as well. And if it's a birth certificate that you were born in this country, you're an American citizen. Okay, I get that. Well, at least let's get it there. If you're a naturalized American citizen, it should already be in the system. But if it's not, you have your naturalization certificate. It's very simple. I just don't understand. You know, we have all these libtards that tell me, oh, Dennis, oh, man, why don't you go and serve in the military? Well, wait a minute. I'm serving the people here with the truth. I'm fighting to protect America here with the truth. At least I am telling all of my Latino people to respect the law. It's not easy. You see all the libtards going off on me because I am protecting the United States of America. You got all these socialist white people with all this guilt fighting me when I'm trying to make the United States of America law be protected, respected, and followed. Why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me that I am protecting this country? What is it? Why do people get so mad about me defending this country? Please tell me. Why are you mad? What lies? I'm not even saying anything yet. What lies? Why are you mad that I am defending the well-being of the American citizens? Tell me that. What's the problem? Go ahead. You call me a traitor, coconut, sellout, blah, blah, blah. Tell me, what is the problem with me defending American rights? What is it? And don't give me this bullcrap human rights. Human rights is not the same as legal rights. Everybody deserves to be treated decent. I get it. But if you don't have your legal right and you're breaking the law, you got to go. What isn't happening, Serenity? What isn't happening? Huh? What isn't happening? I want you to tell me. Do you know what I'm talking about? All right, let's go ahead and go to some of the clips. And I will go ahead and open the lines again. So nobody's going to call while we're doing this. I will open the lines again, but let's check this out. Let's listen to the excuse, because we have heard this excuse before. Let's take a listen why Save the America Act is so evil and is going to block millions of Americans from voting. Let's take a look. Serenity, illegals are voting in the numbers you are suggesting. Is that right? Is that right? You know what's very unfortunate? It's very unfortunate that there's nothing I can do about it. But if I get that chance, my friend, I'm going to take everybody down. Everybody. Everybody. And let me tell you something. You know how I can prove to you that they allow illegal immigrants to do this? They serve in the city council. They serve in the government, and they are illegal. They are trying to remove citizenship requirement to become a police officer. Why? They're going to be able to carry a gun, who is a right to American citizens, not even green card holders. American citizens are the only ones who have the right to bear arms. And how many illegal immigrants do we have out there with guns? My point exactly. When the government tells you that they are defending illegal immigrants, why do you think that is? Why do they put them in city councils? They're illegal. Ignorance is bliss. You like to be lied to. You like to live in your own little fantasy life that you just don't get it. Listen to this BS excuse of why millions are not going to be able to vote.
This is not about voter ID. Oh, stop that. That's like a total bullshit description of the SAVE Act. Let me just focus on one part of the SAVE Act. In order to register to vote, you're going to have to...
Jugo, your retardation is just oozes in the chat. What the hell do you mean nobody is legal? Nobody is illegal. This guy, no human is illegal. You are retarded. We have laws. Yes. If you don't follow the law, you are breaking the law. If you come in here to this country without any permission, you are illegal. Illegal alien. You are illegal from another land.
Show different pieces of documents. So if you're, let's say, a woman who got married, changed your last name, and if your last name doesn't match the name on your birth certificate, you're not going to be able to register to vote. That I call stealing our votes.
I don't care who likes me. I don't care who loves me, but they still have to respect my rights. That is the difference. I don't love so that I can be loved. I respect to gain respect, but I don't care if people like me, don't like me. It is the fact, it is the truth, and it needs to be said. They hate to hear me saying it because they know I'm a migrant that became here, never been illegal, became a resident for decades, and then became an American citizen. They hate that. There is nothing that they can throw to me and said, oh, you were illegal once. No, you ain't got that on me. Oh, well, you're not black. Well, my father was black and Mayan. So what? Your color doesn't mean shit to me. What you do for this country is what matters to me. Oh, well, you don't know about slavery. Shut the hell up. My people were also enslaved. What do you got? Well, the Native Americans are the real. Shut the hell up. I was also born in America. If I just migrate north, what does that do? Huh? Same shit. Don't make excuses. Your arguments are stupid. Love this country or leave. Very simple. But they won't leave. Because this country, regardless of how much people hate it, they love it. They know they need it. And yet they hate it. They can't stand the fact that this is a Christian nation. Oh, I got some clips that are going to blow your mind. Check this out. Oh, speaking of fraud, this is bull crap. Nonsense. This is all fake news. But here we go.
42,000 people in Nevada voted more than once, according to your work in this. 42,000 people. 1,500 people voted in Nevada that were dead. 19,000 people voted though they did not live in Nevada and they weren't a college student. 8,000 people voted from a non-existent address. 15,000 people voted though they were registered to a commercial address or a vacant address, and 4,000 people voted in Nevada that are non-citizens. My question to you is, in my state, when someone votes twice, and we do have that occasionally, and about 50 times a year that actually occurs in our state, we prosecute individuals that vote twice. Of this 130,000 instances that you have identified from the 2020 election in Nevada, do you know of any prosecutions currently going on in Nevada for any voter fraud?
Not yet, Senator, and that's extremely important. These laws have to be enforced. We, of course, I represent the Trump campaign and the campaign's electors. I don't represent the government. We can't bring prosecutions. But if we are going to enforce voter integrity laws, they must be enforced, and we are confident that although it often takes a long time to put together a fraud case, although it takes prosecutors months, sometimes even years, to go through subpoenas and warrants and using the FBI to go investigate these things, once a good hard look at these cases is examined, an honest look, if we do that, there should be charges brought, because the ranking member brought up in his remarks that when you lose the principle of one person, one vote, the end result is authoritarian.
Go ahead. Call it fake news. Check this out.
Excluded from the basic rights and protections. Domestic workers have been intentionally excluded.
Now, I want you to know what he's talking about. He's talking about illegal immigrants, which, by the way, he wants to remove the word alien. They already removed the word illegal. They call them undocumented. However you want to call them, undocumented or illegal is irrelevant. He is talking about illegal immigrants here in Washington State. Listen to this, libtards.
Domestic workers have been
This is why they hate me. This is why the left hates me. That is exactly why the left hates me. You see why they call me a traitor? Why they call me a sellout? Sellout to who? I stand up for the American rights. Don't you want me to stand up for American citizens? Juggle, you're a libtard, bro. I don't even want to answer your stupid question. You come over here and tell me no human is illegal. You are retarded. You obviously don't know the law. You have never heard of the law, nor do you respect it, obviously. People like you, I give no chance. Now, if you're Canadian and you think you're safe, guess what? Hey, Blue, you are nobody. But this is what you people like Blue defend. You guys ready for this? This is fantastic. I love what the Democrats celebrate and defend. This is what's coming.
Death to the United States and death to Israel. We are Hezbollah and we are Hamas. Israel burn, burn. Palestinians in region. Death.
You guys forgot about that, huh? Yeah, keep defending Muslims. Keep defending Palestinians, you retards. You are destroying the United States of America, and therefore I don't give a shit about your opinions. If you stand for America first, not America only, America first, and you're on my team. If you stand up for illegal immigrants before American citizens, you are not in my team. If you believe the United States of America needs to be respected and the law needs to be followed, you are in my team. If you believe that migration is a good thing, you are on my side. If you believe that illegal immigration is wrong and we should not tolerate it, you're on my side. If you think that you are going to protect illegal immigrants over American citizens, this is not your country. You don't belong here. You are the sellout. You are the traitors, not only to this country, but to the country where you come from, because you are defending criminals, people who break the law. Why is it that I know that if you come in here illegally, you have no rights, not legal rights? If you work, you are already committing a felony because you have no permission to work. Number 3, if you are working with somebody else's papers or fake papers, that's another felony. 2 felonies and an illegal crossing. That gives you 6 to 10 years in jail, and then you get deported. You're lucky this administration just wants to repatriate people. Go ahead. So all of you EBT car holders from the libtards that don't know how to put a super chat in here demanding information, I will allow you to call in. Go ahead and tell me that I'm lying. I will allow you to tell me that I'm lying. Go for it. Go on, summoners. Go ahead and prove to me what a president should be doing right now. How does a president protect their country? Tell me, how would you, as a president, defend this country? There we go. All right, now we got the north of Carolina instead of the south. All right, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Serenity.
Oh, all right. Prove to me. I want you to tell me, how would you defend our country?
So I think we agree, like mostly.
No, that's not what I see on the chat, unless it was somebody else.
Well, I think on the broad points we agree.
Okay.
So like obviously you and I agree that if you come over illegally, you shouldn't do that, and we can deport you if you come over illegally, right?
Okay.
I think we would also agree if we start with the illegal aliens that are criminals, that would probably be better, right? like the violent criminals. That's what Trump ran on, deporting the violent illegal aliens that have committed crimes
Well,
against
he
Americans.
said there will be priority. He didn't say
Sure,
only.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying only. I said if
Yeah,
we
but people
start
think on the
with
left
those
that it's
people.
only criminals. No, every illegal immigrant. Here's my what you call it? My line, my borderline. It's all about the borders.
Yeah.
My borderline is anybody who has DACA or TPS, I don't touch. We will deal with them later because you already know my plan. You know, you already know what I want with immigration reform.
I do.
But everybody else, prioritizing criminals, yes, which a lot of states, like especially red states, have given the criminals from jails, and you haven't seen this, problem in the cities or the states. Sure. Everybody's eventually going to get deported, but that's what people don't understand. This madness is only happening on blue cities or blue states because people are impeding, obstructing. They're making a scene. They're instigating. They're being violent. They're assaulting ICE agents, and that is the problem. But tell me, as a president, how would you make this country better?
Well, so can I real quick?
Don't ask me questions. No, you tell me how you're going to fix it. I already tell you guys how I fix it.
I guess the thing that I wanted to call in and talk to you about, and if you don't want to talk about this, that's fine. We can talk. I can answer your question. But the thing that I was disagreeing with you on in the chat is that I don't believe that there is any proof that illegal aliens are voting in the amount that you're saying they are.
Well,
so
I just show you that.
for you.
And the reason why I gave you that is because of what we have found out here in Washington State, where dead people, just like the video said, we have found that out.
That guy is just some guy.
Sure.
And he
what
just
about,
claimed something. So
what
wait,
about
wait,
not giving me access to the voter rolls? What do you think that means?
Because there are these things called states' rights.
Yes.
And states are in control of their own elections.
But wait,
and so to me,
the Constitution,
wait.
Hold on, but I have to stop you there. One thing at a time. The Constitution of the United States of America, according to the Washington State Constitution, overrides state constitution. Whenever it comes to anything that has to do with citizenship, anything about immigration, that is a federal matter, and states do not have that right. Now, I get it. I get it. I get it. But exactly. And what is a federal election? It's in the word, in the name.
But the
federal.
States have control over their own elections, and they are granted the power to secure them in the way that they think is best. It's part of the Constitution.
Right.
It's just like the federal government coming into a state and telling them, hand over all your guns. You can't do that.
Well, that's not the same thing. That was a dumb analogy. What is it so
come
wrong?
on, Dennis, try to be nice.
No, but that's a dumb analogy. You have to admit. What the hell's guns got to do with voter rolls? That's not the same thing.
I'm trying to explain to you the difference between federal rights and states' rights, and why the states don't have to give the federal government their voter rolls. It's within their rights not to.
Okay, well, states don't have the right to have sanctuary cities. That's anti-federal. No, that's anti-federal law.
Then why does it work?
Exactly. Deep state. You know this. So here's my thing.
Why didn't the Supreme Court overturn sanctuary cities 10 years ago?
Have you not heard me?
Have
you not heard me talk about the judicial and the legislative?
So anytime
they're horrible. They're wrong.
The way that when something isn't the way that you think it should be, they're corrupt. It's not that it doesn't work the way that you think it should.
When it defends criminality, I have a problem.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, but you've never really given me a straight answer. So I'm just curious if you have a straight answer for these questions. Okay.
Yeah.
In the first election in 2016, when Trump got elected, he claimed that he would have won the popular vote if it wasn't for the 3 billion illegal immigrants that voted for Hillary Clinton. And then he set up a commission headed by the Attorney General at the time, Jeff Sessions, to look into where those 3 million votes were. Do you remember what happened to that commission?
Yeah, Democrats put the auditors in jail.
No, that's not true.
No, it's true. And there was over 300 million just in Michigan alone.
No, 300 million.
I'm sorry, 300,000. Sorry, 300,000. Shut up.
Right.
You know I misquote.
There's no proof of that.
Bro, they are all there. It's in the voter rolls. They are all illegal voting. Whether they're undocumented or just illegal by default, it's still illegal votes.
The commission that was set up to look for voter fraud by Jeff Sessions was disbanded because they found nothing. And then during his second half of his term, Trump appointed Bill Barr. Do you remember the second attorney general?
I don't like Bill Barr, but yeah.
And he had Bill Barr look into the voter rolls, and they found nothing. So now we are after 2020, and Trump again claimed there were millions of illegal aliens. Stop the count. Remember, stop the count. They were voting for Democrats in all these cities, and he set up another commission to find illegal voting.
He didn't say stop the counts.
Yeah, he did. He literally
I don't remember that, but still,
go to his Twitter and
the
look at
fact that you have a 32 state population voting every single vote for Biden is statistically wrong. It's not possible.
Not true. That's impossible.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
That did not happen.
I have watched the videos. I don't have them here to argue with that point. I am talking to you about how would you make this country safe for American citizens. That's what I'm asking you for. I'm not here to debate you about fraud in elections, even though I've proven to you here in my state it does happen. How would you fix it?
There is no evidence.
The Attorney General said that every citizen, as long as you tell them, even when they don't speak English, as long as you tell him that they are citizens, they will take their word for it. That's how they verify citizenship here in Washington State.
But do you understand that doesn't mean that there are millions of illegals voting?
It gives an open door, doesn't it? It has an open door. It has an open door.
What I want to see is that this is how many illegals voted and we have arrested them. But you can't prove it. There's no proof.
Until I get there, I will be able to argue. See, me and you can just have opinions about it. If I was in office, then I would be more than gladly to go through all that stuff with you.
And just to be clear, it's not my opinion. I'm waiting
it's
for the
your
facts
opinion because
No.
your opinions are also not facts. The fact that Democrats are hiding information, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We have seen truckloads of votes that were supposed to go to Trump that never made it to the ballot.
That's fake.
100%. The post office, the post office here in Washington State did not want to deliver hundreds of thousands of votes. They had to go get them.
Pull it up right now. Let's read it. Let's go through that story.
No. I'm not here to debate you with fraud. Your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion.
No.
Okay?
I don't have an opinion. That's the thing.
I want you to answer
you
the
have an
question.
opinion without evidence.
Okay, that's fantastic. You have no evidence either, except it's not being put out in the open. That's not evidence.
I'm not trying to claim something.
Okay, but that's not the question that I ask you. I'm not here to debate you on fraud. That can be another time. I'm not ready for fraud. What I'm ready for is to tell me, no shit, Sherlock, you got to have your stuff in front of you. I'm not going to spend an hour with you, okay? I'm not going to spend an hour with you. I've given you that before. I've done it before. Don't give me that bullshit. I gave you an hour last time, so don't argue with me and answer the damn question. How would you fix and protect this country?
In what avenue?
In every avenue. Everything.
Well, for starters, I would stop undermining the legitimacy in our elections. That would be number one.
Okay, sure.
That's something that I would try to protect.
Sure.
Yeah. Number two, I would can you give me a specific example?
No,
you're
the genius. You tell me. I want to hear how you would fix it because I've been telling you about how I can fix it.
What specific problem do you want to fix?
Well, here, number one, a 21 million illegal immigrant invasion. What makes you think that I'm not going to question the integrity of our elections?
Well, there is no proof that it's 21 million illegals either.
They say it's 50. I'm going with 21.
They don't say 50. They say 11.
That's what Elon Musk said from Dodge. They found all these documents in there. But that's right. Elon Musk is also lying. That's right.
Well, didn't he say isn't he against Trump now because he said that the big beautiful bill spent way too much money? It was pork filled.
When I have 78% of illegal immigrants being the most population here increments in Washington State, I tend to believe that.
Hold I got what I'm asking is, you're using Elon Musk to defend your stats, but Elon Musk literally said that Trump has made the biggest debt to income ratio that we've ever had because of the big beautiful bill. I mean, he has a $1.9 trillion deficit right now.
Yeah. Which is fine. What's wrong with that?
Well, because do you know what a deficit is?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to me what it is?
It's
so
a
I know that
debt.
we're on the same
This is
page?
very simple. Debt. That's what that is.
No. The debt and the deficit are two different things.
It's the same shit. It's negative money.
No, it's not. The debt is how much money we owe to other countries.
Negative money.
The deficit occurs when the federal government spends more money in a fiscal year than it collects
Negative
in
money.
revenue.
Same shit.
Okay, but no, debt and deficit are two different
Okay,
things. Why do you think
whatever
we
it
have two
is, they're
different
both
words?
negative. Okay, what
All
about
right.
it?
So Trump has spent $1.9 trillion more than we have collected in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
That means that we are hugely in debt. We have raised our debt to, what's the total debt count right now? I mean, he adds to it every year. So I guess like my point that I'm trying to make is Elon Musk isn't who you should be reaching for to defend Trump, because even he is criticizing Trump because all he does is spend money and fix no
And
problems.
that is fine, but that you're not answering my questions. How will you fix that debt?
How will I fix the debt?
Yeah, that's where you went.
I would
so
raise
fix it.
taxes.
Oh, you fucking raise taxes. My favorite Democrats. You see
I
the
mean-
mentality? Do you see how weak that mentality is on the left side? You guys all think the
Dude,
same way.
You cannot help but insult other people. You know
Well,
that,
that's
right?
the way I talk. If you can't handle the talk, bro, I mean that's your problem.
I'm just saying, like,
you know what? You know
say to
why?
people, if
You know
come
why
in
I talk
here-
that way? It's not that you're triggering me. It's the fact that I care about what hurts the American people. And you don't think. You guys don't think. You guys just say tax is it's not the taxing that needs to be fixed. It's the budgeting. The amount of money that they spend, that is the problem that needs to be adjusted. Not just adding tax. These motherfuckers here, they have raised 58% in taxes, bro.
Dennis, you supported the big beautiful bill.
But that's not for taxes.
No, but you just said the problem is the budget. The
Yeah.
problem is how much money they spend.
Yes,
Well, the big beautiful
but
bill
President
spent
Trump is
$1.9
bringing money
trillion
in.
dollars.
But President Trump is bringing money in. I don't care.
Dennis, he's got the highest
You
deficit
you
of
have
any
to
president
understand.
in
Listen,
6 months.
you have to understand. It's not about the spending if you're bringing in money.
No,
Wait,
Dennis,
hold on. The Democrats, they are not bringing shit in money to the people. They are not producing jobs. They just sit there and say, F Trump. Oh, there's job loss. Oh, F Trump. No, motherfucker, you are in charge of your state. You are in charge of your cities, and they are not caring about protecting those jobs. What difference does it make when President Donald Trump has clearly lower oil prices? Gas prices have drawn. Okay, well, don't bring this shit now, bro. Come on. You know we're right now we're attacking, but where were you when we have been saying all last year that the price gas has gone down? You guys still say the same shit. It's like you can never just say, okay, that actually went down.
You just can't admit when he does something wrong.
I am admitting the oil price. What I'm saying is,
Why is the
you
oil
just
price
said that you will tax the people. Oh my God, dude.
Do you want to hear
Tell
why,
me
or
how
do you
that
wanna rant
benefits
more?
people. Yeah, go ahead. Tells me when you tax people, how you gonna? Okay, go ahead. Show me. Explain to me the whole idea of taxing. How is that? How does that fix the problem?
I'd appreciate it if you'd give me more than 30 seconds to answer your question. So, here's the deal, and this is the point. I don't think you understand like what a deficit is. So you say when we're spending a lot of money, it's okay as long as we're bringing money in, right? But the deficit literally means we are not bringing more money in than we are spending. That's what it means. So Trump has spent $1.9 trillion over how much money we're bringing in. Not $1.9 trillion total, $1.9 trillion over the amount of money that we are bringing in revenue. That's what the deficit means. So when you say, oh, well, he's bringing all this money in, it doesn't matter because it's already $1.9 trillion over. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you can't cut revenue building programs and then spend a bunch of money and not have a deficit. And that's what Trump did.
What revenue
So
building
if you-
program?
If you lower taxes, if you cut taxes, and then you spend a bunch of money, we are going to be in debt because the taxes are where we collect the money from the people. So number one, I'll tell you, one revenue building program that is very important to the United States and ensuring that we make enough money, we bring enough money in, is the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service.
Right.
These people, we pay federal workers who I respect and deeply care for. Anybody who is willing to work for the United States is a godsend to me. If you are willing to put your personal life aside and contribute to the United States, I am for you. I love federal employees. I think they're awesome. So at the IRS, their job is to go through people's finances and ensure that they are paying their taxes appropriately. And if they aren't paying their taxes appropriately, the IRS is supposed to go through, find where that money is, and collect that money from the American people. That is one of the biggest builders of revenue that we have in the United States, okay? Explain to me why Trump cut the IRS by 45%. Those people will not be able to have enough man hours or enough employees to find all that extra money. So all his billionaire friends who don't pay their taxes, who skimp around on taxes and find loopholes on why they don't have to pay, we're losing all that money. So Trump cut the IRS by a huge margin, and he has continued to spend money on top of that. So we're not bringing enough money in than we are spending out, and that's why we have a $1.9 trillion deficit. To any Democrat, if a Democrat came in and was president and they ran up a almost $2 trillion deficit in 1 year, they would be completely disqualified.
And they have.
It's not possible.
They have. Democrats have.
Look it up.
Democrats have raised it by trillions.
Trump has run up the biggest deficit of any president in history. Look
$26 trillion from Democrats. They don't know where it went.
Google it.
No, Democrats don't give you the number.
So
go ahead and finish because you already fucked up twice. But go ahead, finish.
I fucked up. Dennis, you don't know
Hey,
what
listen,
deficit
just
is, brother.
finish what you're saying, and I'll go back to it.
Okay, I'm just saying. I didn't fuck up. You don't know.
Okay, you didn't fuck up according to you. Just go ahead and finish, and I'll go back to it.
I mean, I asked you what a deficit was, and you couldn't answer the question.
It's the same thing as negative money, bro. Whatever you look at it.
You said it was the same thing.
It's the same thing as negative, man. That's how it works. We need to replenish that gold in there if that's what we want. You don't get the point.
So basically what you're saying is that because Democrats have done it worse than Trump, it's okay.
Well, that's what you're saying about Trump.
No, that's what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead and finish so I can go ahead and say what I have to say.
Okay, so I just want you to explain to me why it's okay that Trump is spending $2 trillion more of our taxpayer monies than we have. Why don't you answer that question?
Well, first of all, it is the Democrats who have chased away all our manufacturing and all the jobs away from the country. It doesn't take, no, don't give me that bullshit. You know it's true. It does not take 1 year. Okay, have a good one. Get the fuck out of my line if you're not going to listen. Number one, the fact that you are willing to tax the people more instead of telling me that you are going to go ahead and spend less money. You give me the same thing. You give me the same thing that you're bitching and complaining about President Trump. That does not make sense to me. Do you understand? You cannot just come over here and say Trump this, Trump that, Trump that. You're not listening to yourself. I want you to tell me how you would fix it. Because what I have seen from Democratic administrations is the opposite. There is $26 trillion in our deficit that Democrats can't tell us where it went. There is no accountability. I want to know. How can we fix it?
Mr. Herrera, that guy on before you is stupid.
I try to guide him into giving me statements that will make sense to me. Like if you try to convince me, I want you to know how to talk to me. You already know that I'm against, just taxing people. I'm against waste, fraud, and abuse. This government has no accountability. I'm gonna tell you this. And here in Washington, just in Washington State, Bob Ferguson cannot have any accountability for $12.5 billion gone off the budget. And he raised an income tax, which is unconstitutional to Washington State, and he raised it to raise another $2.5 billion. And he says this, but this time we will make sure where every dollar goes. That right there, it kills me to know that.
Never has happened with the Democrats. And CBS News last week estimated that the fraud on the federal budget is up to $1 trillion. We've seen it in Minnesota and California now. They're reporting on it all over the country. So let me get to the real reason that we can reduce the deficit. Our production. If you know anything about economics, prosperity is related to production.
Correct.
And manufacturing. And Trump has some 18 trillion, so he says. I don't know if I believe it or not. But at whatever amount he has, they're building factories in Ohio and in the Rust Belt right now that are going to add to production. When we get production up, then just like every time we've had production up, the 50s and even in the 80s, the amount of revenue coming into the federal government goes up because at the current tax rates, they're willing to pay it and they don't try and hide it. And that's going to reduce the deficit eventually if we don't get into a long war in Iran. So
right.
Nobody understands economics. No Democrat understands economics. They just see it as more taxes and we'll fix it.
Yeah.
And it's never been the case. John F. Kennedy, the first president I ever supported, had the biggest tax cut in history, and the revenues in the federal government went up dramatically. That's how we paid for the Vietnam War. And when Reagan cut taxes, the revenues for the federal government went up so dramatically that by the time Clinton was in office and we had a decent Republican Party, we balanced the budget in the federal government in the 90s for 2 years in a row. And that's what makes prosperity, is production. So Trump's on the right track, in my opinion.
Yeah. That makes that's too much common sense. You know, the reason why he loses me, it's on see, I already know their thinking. That's why I can't sit here and let them finish this BS story, because that is the same thing that they've been doing and it has been destroying our economy. That's why he gets mad at me that I interrupt him. But it's like, bro, you're telling me exactly what you guys have been doing to destroy this country. That doesn't work. Right. You got to give me some common sense. Here's my proposal. I say accountability first. I need to know there's $12.5 billion just here in Washington missing. We don't know where the hell it went. The governor has no idea. There is no accountability. Nobody cares because the majority of the people here are Democrats. And even the judges are all Democrats. I mean, look, listen to this, Bill. They are trying to remove our sheriff. They are trying to be able with this, which is also unconstitutional, because the people vote the sheriffs in. They have removed that right from the people, and they want to be the ones to put the sheriff that they want to put in office. Isn't that crazy? We have a vote for judges, for district courts. We have a vote for the sheriff, for the police, etc. We have a vote for education. We vote on everything. And these Democrats are removing all those constitutional rights away from the people, and they expect us to be happy about it. Listen, if I know for a fact, and I just don't understand, Bill, why they can't see this. If I chase away billionaires, millionaires, people that produce hundreds of thousands of jobs here in Washington, what makes you think that the economy is going to get better? You just complain about the deficit. And to me, I get it. They're different meanings, but it's the same thing. If they're both negative, it's the same thing to me. It is two ways to fix them. But if we're just going to keep taxing the people, this is the mentality of Californians. The Democrat Californians believe that by taxing the people, that's revenue. No, you sons of bitches. That's stealing the money from the workers. Revenue is when you bring manufacturers. Hey, they produce jobs. You know what? There is taxes coming in there, but you actually have a product. You're actually selling. You're making a sales tax, which we already have.
Right.
Why do you think that just taxing the people more and more is going to fix the economy? You're taking money away from them. You talk about unaffordability, and yet you don't care about illegal immigrants taking all the housing away. You don't care about illegal immigrants being slavery wages, taking away the worth of the American people. I've seen roofers that have been roofers for years. American roof, they don't get the roofing job because the illegal immigrants charge a lot less. And nobody regulates it. They don't need a Social Security for that. They go to the IRS, which is why I agree that needs to be cut in half. You don't need all this bullshit IRS because it just takes a lot of money from the economy as well. And they are giving permission to illegal immigrants to create their own businesses. And they wonder why Americans are suffering in this state. That is just the tip of the iceberg that I'm telling you right now, Bill.
Right. Well, I want to go back to the sheriff thing. Do you know that the U.S. Constitution authorizes local sheriffs, and the elected local sheriff is the highest, not secondary to anybody in the state. They're the highest law enforcement official in every county. The FBI, the DEA, the ATF cannot operate in that county legally unless the sheriff allows it. That's how our system was organized. We wanted local control of law enforcement. And the fact that they're trying to remove a sheriff for doing the right thing, I presume, I don't know anything about it, but the fact that they're trying to remove a local sheriff is outrageous and unconstitutional. And what he needs is the Institute for Justice or one of these other nonprofits to come in and file a lawsuit against them, because it's totally and absolutely unconstitutional to do such a thing.
Yep.
That's the way our system was set up. Let me tell you about Clark County Sheriff. He has refused to release 20 individuals with rap sheets of 30 and 35 arrests for violent crimes. And the judges here are saying release them, and he's refused. When this constitutional crisis in Clark County is over, the sheriff will win, because he is higher than the judges, according to the U.S. Constitution. That's how we structured law enforcement 250 years ago, and that's how it still is, except for the damn Democrats. Now, I want to tell you why the Democrats think that taxes is the way to do it, and the fact that they don't understand true economics, if I can. May I?
Of course.
Okay. They all think like communists.
Absolutely. I already know that. Yeah.
Okay. So whenever you get somebody on like the guy you had on before,
yeah,
you just say, okay, so you want communal control of all and everybody's activities because you want the taxes to rule and the leaders that you've elected who are damn Democrats. That's what I call them, damn Democrats, who are actually communists, just disguised now as something called the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And they don't get anything about capitalism. They hate capitalism. So that's the real truth about what's going on. So whenever they start talking, you just have to understand, well, they think it's best if the government rules everything. That's communism.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. And you know, they're also, I don't know if you were here, but they are also removing citizenship requirement to be a law enforcement, meaning they want to give residents and others the right to bear arms, and that right belongs to the American citizens, nobody else.
I've seen that on the internet.
It's communism.
I've seen some Sikh guy who's from Bangladesh or somewhere.
Yeah, they done that in I think it's Michigan, I think. On the east side or something over there as well.
Right.
And apparently there's more states probably. Who knows?
Right. Well, they recorded their interaction they got caught for speeding, and I couldn't understand a word the damn guy said.
Yeah, they were speaking Arab.
And they were working really hard to try and understand it because he got such a deep accent, you know.
Yeah.
Now, I know that your background is Hispanic, and all the Hispanic accents, you know, I still can't understand some people.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you're going to be in America and a cop,
yeah, especially,
or an official in government, you should be able to speak the language of the people.
Yep.
And I don't see how it's possible. They did it in Chicago too. They put illegal immigrants on the police force.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I just don't understand that rationality of these leftist people. It's just like it's unbelievable that they don't see how much that actually hurts our country. I don't think they understand. They don't grasp how great of a problem that is. You know, we have these people in Congress who are just obliterating the American rights.
Right.
They just don't care.
So let me ask you a question. And this is the question that keeps occurring to me when I see these people on TV and on the internet. Do these people called Democrats like America or not?
Correct.
And my opinion is they hate America.
Yeah.
They want to make it into something else.
Yeah. That's where I'm at. It's you know what's crazy? they're sitting over here in the chat trying to insult me. I'm in my little safe place. You know what they don't understand is when you're using common sense. Now, I'm not making excuses for Trump or any mistakes that they make, or I mean, I am probably going to make a lot more mistakes myself, but I can tell you one thing. You can judge me along the way and say, wow, Dennis messed up on that quote. He gave the wrong number. He gave the wrong date, the wrong name. You can say all those things. But at the end of the day, my heart is for the American people and for those who respect the law of this country. I am for you. I will fight for you. I will do what I need to do to defend your rights and to be able to make sure that people that do, come into this country do have human rights. But you can't sit there and tell me that I can't enforce immigration law. They say, yeah, I agree with you because, securing the border. But at the same time, they don't really mean it because they are disagreeing with everything else that I say that the government is actually doing against American citizens. I mean, for Pete's sakes, we just had this group of a bunch of illegals in the government right here with Bob Ferguson. Si se pudo. Oh, yeah, we could do it. It's just like, it's just like, what message are you giving to the world? Just come here, force yourself in, and give them papers? That's not how it works. I believe on being fair. In any company that hires people, everybody should hopefully be able to afford to give benefits. But how can I tell people, listen, if you are, Bill, you are a business owner, you need to have healthcare benefits offered to them. You got to give them some 401k. You got to pay them a livable wage. By the way, you got to pay me a tax for payroll. By the way, you got to give me a tax for BO, for excise. I changed the income names so that I can get that tax from you. If you have any wealth accumulated, I need to tax that as well. If you own anything, I need to tax that as well. And it's just like, the more you get, Bill, the more taxes you're going to generate for me so that I can be the fourth largest economy power in the United States of America. But at what cost is my question, always to these Democrats. At what cost?
Mr. Herrera, I've listened to you for some time now, and I can tell you one thing I know for certain. That is, if you made a mistake, you'd say, whoops, and you'd be accountable.
Yeah.
Name one Democrat in the last, since Obama was elected, who's ever said, oh my God, that was a mistake, and we will fix that immediately. There hasn't been one. They all have excuses. Right now, it's Trump derangement syndrome, but it'll be something new, something else later, because they do not and cannot be held accountable because they aren't accountable. They're part of this generation I call the participation trophy generation, where when they were children, they never failed.
Yeah.
And the best lessons in life are the ones you failed at.
Yeah, that's how you get experience.
They weren't allowed to fail, and they went to college, and that's where this safe space nonsense came from, where they had to say, well, he's upset, or she's upset, we have to give her a safe space. Well, no, she just needs to learn to fail and suck it up, because that's how Americans do it.
Yep, suck it up, buttercup.
So I have a solution for all of your current and future candidates for office in Washington State. And this will solve the problem of what you call common sense. Nobody can run for office until they've made payroll in their own small business for at least 2 years. And once you understand the government from that perspective, you don't want it to get bigger.
Yeah, exactly. I'm all for smaller government.
If you haven't ever run a business, I don't care if you got PhD doctors, I don't care what kind of studies you did, you don't have any clue how the world really works for most Americans. So that's my solution. Pass a bill that says unless you run your own private business for 2 years and made payroll personally,
Yeah.
because that's the hardest job in the world, as I'm sure you understand.
Yes, sir.
Being responsible for, I don't know, 12 or 30 or 130 employees and making sure every Friday they got their paycheck, that's the hardest job in the world. And until you can figure that out, you shouldn't be in charge of anything.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I feel that, see, sometimes people, they tend to misunderstand the stock market and the local economy. The stock market is not the local economy. It's not. But the local economy, as I looked at it, is a circulation economy. If we tax our citizens more and more, the ones who are going to feel it the worst is going to be the poor people. The middle class will become poorer and poorer to where there's only going to be rich and poor. This is a formula that was given to me by a math professor that I had in my trigonometry class. And he told me that this is the way that it's going to go if they do this in the economy. And this is exactly what they keep doing. And I'm seeing it more and more and more. And it's just crazy how mathematicians can do so many prophetic words when it comes to the economy, and they just understand it. They just understand.
What you're describing is the Soviet Union. There were some super rich people and everybody else was poor. In China right now, there's some super rich party members and everybody else is poor. That's the formula that we evolved from as a Western society. It used to be there were kings and lords who were super rich and everybody else were serfs. And we broke out of that in the Western culture and we came to capitalism as the fairest method for distributing wealth. And what these people want to go back to is what we fought against, kings and lords telling us what to do every day.
Right.
And the Western culture evolved from that, and that's why America is still the greatest country in the world, and why I saw a survey that was done by a Christian organization about 10 years ago, and at the time there were 7 billion people in the world. And they surveyed the people of the world, and 4 billion of the people in the world wanted to come to the United States. So we must be doing something right, Mr.
Correct.
Herrera.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate your input.
God bless you. I always enjoy talking with you.
I love it. Thanks you so much for coming in here and save me from this Satan that was attacking me here.
God bless you. I hope you get to be governor.
Yes, sir. God bless you as well.
Okay.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
The difference on that call and the previous one is I asked to tell me how you would fix this country. And the reason why I asked that question is because I love how trolls come in here with one thing, one politically correct thing that they have in mind. And when it comes to, it's just so obvious. I already knew that he was going to say taxing. This is the problem. I want you to explain to me, and Bill did an awesome job, especially when you give me history lessons. That's awesome. I learned. I appreciate that. But how am I going to learn from a libtard when they do the same things that Democrats are doing and agree with everything Democrats are doing, and you're going to call me for what? You're supposed to explain to me how and why this works. You can't sit there and rant for 5 minutes of all these different options. When you say taxes on this, okay, pause. Why? Tell me how that's going to help. Because what that does is it increases the unaffordability. This is why President Trump says it's a hoax, it's fake. It's not his doing, it's Democrats' doing. Why is it that in Republican states, it's most likely that you are going to cut taxes? Why is that? And why are they still prospering? Why is it that the only income that Democrats get, the revenue, they say, that's not revenue. You're stealing from the people. I wouldn't call that revenue. I would call that blood money, so to speak, maybe dirty money. When you have revenue, you are creating jobs, not taking jobs away. You are encouraging corporations to come here, not chasing them away. That's how you get revenue. You overtaxing people is not revenue. It's abusing the taxpayer. You have to first take accountability on the budget. Even if you were to raise the money because you want to make your city and state better, okay, let's go ahead and let's say that's okay. But not once did he say, and this is how he should have started with, the first thing that you start with, fixing the economy in a country, in a state. I made it so plain and clear. Tell me how you're going to fix this country. The economy was his common sense, his argument. He wants to go with deficit versus debt. Listen, at the end of the day, it's money that we don't have. Same thing to me, same outcome. I don't care how you picture it, how you paint it, cut it and slice it. It doesn't matter. How do we make more revenue? We don't make more revenue by taxing the people who are already complaining about affordability. Biggest thing, get rid of all illegal immigrants that are taking up all the housing. I know how you see me, that's fine. But I am here for the people of this country. If I was for the people in Mexico, I will go over there to Mexico and do the same argument just for Mexicans. If I was just for the people in Honduras, I would be in Honduras doing the same argument. But I am for the United States of America. Do you understand? If you have no rights, legal rights to be here, you do not belong here, period. I am being more than generous to say that I'm going to run an immigration reform campaign to help those who have DACA and TPS, all those document holders, to be here in this country. Give them a chance to a green card. But I am not going to promise millions of illegal immigrants a green card because that sends the wrong message to the people across the world. This message has been sent to the world by Democrats for decades, and it has been destroying this country. You think that the money that these landscapers are making, the painters and the roofers and all this stuff, besides taking the American jobs, you think that money that they're making is helping the economy in this country? Most of the money goes back to the country where they come from in remittances. There's billions, over $60 billion that Mexico gets from illegal immigrants in this country. There is over $18 billion that Honduras gets from illegal immigrants, not along the rest of the countries throughout the world. Let's not forget Minnesota with $19 billion in fraud and continue to commit fraud. Why? Because Democrats are blind. They don't want to have accountability. I wish that Serenity, because I had a conversation with him before and we have made the deal, blah, blah, blah. I get it. He's still a little wuss being offended by words. But what I want to hear from him is common sense, which he doesn't have. He has this knowledge, and I've said this many times before, man. You're smart. Use your wisdom. Use your critical thinking. You're worrying. See, you destroyed my talking with you, my conversation, by trying to convince me deficit and debt. You wasted your time. I don't need to hear about that. Make your point. How are you going to fix the economy? Start with accountability. Where is the money going? You have a budget that the government has destroyed. Why? Where does money go? Once you have accountability, let's go ahead and talk and say, okay, here we go. We have an inflation. Inflation happens every year. Prices will go up. What's going on? Do we need more jobs created? And see, this is where he started talking over me. Do you need to create more jobs, or do you need to tax the rich and have them take all those thousands of jobs with them somewhere else? You will never have a universal federal law for all businesses. You will never have that. Every United States has their own constitution and it has its own liberties. That is a fact. I wish you would have shut up about the deficit and debt. That's not important. I get it. We are $38 trillion in deficit. I get it. Negative money. It's not there. It doesn't exist. It doesn't matter which way you slice it or cut. It doesn't matter. Get to the point. I want to hold the government accountable for. He's not going to say that because he's a Democrat. I want to say, okay, what is the cost of living here? Who is here? I need to do immediately. I don't care if it's done every 10 years. I immediately need to get a census done. We have just been invaded by a massive invasion of illegal immigrants. That should be priority in every single state. We should have a censorship. Not a censorship, a census. Sorry about that. Not a censorship, a census. Count who is in this country. We can do by city, by county, by state. But it needs to get done. The fact that Democrats are so blinded to the current issue at hand, and that is that we have millions of illegal immigrants. I don't care what number you want to put on it, but there is millions of illegal immigrants. And the libtards, they always tell me, oh, you don't know that. Doggone it, we have hundreds of thousands daily for years during the Biden administration. How many millions do you think that would account to? If you had 100,000 illegal immigrants every day for 12 months, that's 365,000 people. If that is just one number, the whole administration, 100,000 is nothing for the people that came through here every day. It is ridiculous that people don't understand that. If we need to tax people, okay. Let's tax people. But show me why. Show me why. You're putting billions of dollars with the excuse of education, and our kids are being dumber and dumber by the day that they spend in school. It is unbelievable. I never thought that I would say this about education, but this is what's happening in Washington. It is unbelievable. And I bet you that the schools don't even get that money. They say it's for streets, for signs, and all these billions of dollars are being wasted. And just because the government is wasting money doesn't mean that at piggy bank Americans are going to pay the bill. That is my point. They bitch and complain about Trump. Oh, trillions of dollars. He's bringing nothing. $290 billion just in the first year. And that is with activist rogue judges. Even though Trump put in a few in there, they are still activist judges. We all make mistakes. I wish that President Trump can fire them just as much as he introduced them in there. But that's not how it works. See, I have a problem because I've been telling you guys and you don't listen. Washington state government has the judicial in their pocket. They want to have the police and sheriff in their pocket. They already unconstitutional by removing our rights to vote. They have that in their pocket. They are allowing illegal immigrants to collect benefits in their pocket. They are allowing illegal immigrants to be law enforcement and carry guns in their pocket. That's what they're fighting for. That's what I have a problem with. I don't understand how anybody will just be against that. I'm trying to be defensive of my state. And in the end, with my country. So it's, all right, you know what? If you guys think that I talk nonsense, I don't know why the hell you're here. Get the hell off my chat. Hammer, bye-bye. Get the hell out of my chat, you too. And where's the other one? Duna, if you never bring anything constructive, get the hell out of my chat. Who else? Who else wants to go? Anybody else? RK, you next? Okay, get the hell out of my chat. There you go. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Mr. Bill has another question. Serenity, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Bill again. So I have a question for you, future governor.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay, so are you going to cooperate with ICE?
No, 100%. Are you kidding me? I can't wait to do that.
Okay.
100%.
So my future gubernatorial dreams for Nevada are that I'm going to give all the illegal aliens in the state of Nevada 90 days to leave.
Yeah.
And if they don't leave, any encounter with any state office they'll be required to prove their citizenship, and if they're not citizens, they will be arrested by the DMV or by the police or by the welfare agencies, because we just can't keep paying people to stay here and then, as you just stated, send 50% of their income to a different country.
Correct.
Bangladesh is being supported, not just Mexico and Honduras, but Bangladesh is being supported by the Sikhs who are here, who are driving trucks and the rest of the stuff they're doing.
Yep.
In our economy, we can't continue to support the rest. They have to figure out their own systems to support their people. And they've sent them all here illegally, as you said, 10,000. I think it's 20,000. And the official number is 55, or not 20,000, 10 million. The official number, though, is 55 million people in America were not born here. So how can we build a society with people who have no concept of the Constitution, liberty, and making your own way in the world?
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? Are you going to give them 90 days like I would, or how are you going to deal with it?
Yeah, I think 30 days is good enough.
30 days. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, they will have a choice if they want to be deported with their anchor babies, or if they want to have a family who is actually a family member who is actually legal, and they want to leave those kids here, they can do that.
Right.
There's a whole argument with this with birth citizenship, and every single libtard believes, every Democrat believes that the Constitution has been interpreted correctly, and I think it hasn't. I think one of my callers called me in one time, and he said, the Constitution says persons, and I told him, I said, yeah, the Constitution says persons, but it also, you have to understand, the Constitution is for we, the people. Residents are not really we the people, but they do have a legal right to be domiciled permanently in this country. Therefore, their kids will have that right. But persons is just another word for people. And he says, well, if that was the case, then why does it specify that to become an American president, you have to be a birthright citizen in this country? Right. And I think they forget, or they think we're dumb, or that we don't think about this. I said, well, I'm an American citizen. Can I become the president? No answer. That's right. Yeah. I cannot. I am an American citizen, but I'm a naturalized American citizen.
You're naturalized.
I'm a naturalized American citizen, which means that the Constitution needs to specify that it's not just any citizen. It has to be a birthright citizen, and I commend that. 100% I'm for it. And so that just debunks the argument that this childbirth, this birth citizenship is BS. The Constitution is not, and what's crazy? That these people really believe that the Constitution is universal to the world. And I just think to myself, it's like, oh my gosh, the Constitution of the United States of America, and it says, we the people.
Yes.
When I was a resident, I never considered myself the people because I can't vote.
Right.
And so they're giving, according to the legal status, right, a resident or an American citizen, because of their legal status, they are allowed birthright citizenship. And I'm going to tell you the difference. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going to tell you something. Every person that has become a resident, maybe not now, nowadays everybody's just entitled and rebellious and disrespectful and they don't care about us. But any migrant that I know of that became a resident and decided to become an American citizen, they are sometimes more patriotic than actual birthright citizens. I kid you not. And they implore and they instruct and they seal in the hearts of their children that this is their nation. This is who you die for. This is who you live for. And these people that come and make anchor babies, the mentality is, as long as I make kids over here, they're not going to deport me. There is such a selfish reason that has no foundation, as in the selfish reason of I want to be like an American citizen, and I want to fight for it. Like, I want the American history, as bad and good as it is, I want that history to be part of me, and I want to be part of it. I'm not going to go and live in the past with all this slavery and all these horrific things. You know what? We are a nation of many nations. But what we want is this. I want to be able to have Italian cuisine, French cuisine, Mexican cuisine, Honduras. I want to have all those cultures mixed in here and everything. But the one culture that people don't understand is the Western culture that we have here in the Americas today, in the United States of America, is the reason why Muslims do not belong here. They just can never assimilate. And then, you know, when people think about illegal immigrants, they just think about Mexicans. You know, Hispanics like me. That's what they think about illegal immigrants, but they don't think there's Chinese, there's Russians, there's Ukrainians, they're all over the place. You know, and so man, there's so many things to unravel that I just know I cannot fight for the whole country, but I will definitely fight for my state. And I think that by doing that, I am making an example for the rest of the people in other states. You know, I think I make sense. I don't know.
I agree with you. I think that if you have anchor babies here and they're under 18, who's responsible for them? The parents. They can take them back to Honduras or Pakistan or wherever they're from.
Yep.
Raise them there, and then they can apply to return to the United States if they are, quote, unquote, birthright citizens. But they can't bring their families, and they can't come here and raise the Pakistani flag or the
I don't understand that.
the Mexican flag or the Honduras flag. If I were governor and there was a protest down here on the Strip in Las Vegas with Mexican, Honduras, or Hamas or any of those flags, I would arrest everyone immediately, and I would try them for treason.
Yeah.
Because you can't be an American if your loyalties are with another nation. Just like you repeated earlier, I was listening to you, that you're an American, not a Honduran.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Right here to my right is the American flag, and my Honduran flag is to my left.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two flags that I have. And, you know, and people ask me, well, where does your loyalty lie? Well, with the United States of America, of course. All my children are American. They're not Honduran. I'm the only Honduran, you know, from that nation.
Every eastern city, there's coming up, St. Patrick's Day where they fly the Irish flag, and there's a celebration of the Italians. They have their days, and they fly the flag, but they also carry the United States flag because that's where they are grateful for being. And we just can't continue to have these kinds of outlandish protests, paid for, by the way, by the damn Democrats through one of their nonprofit organizations. We just can't continue to have that in our streets.
Yeah.
And as far as taking over Times Square last week and putting their prayer rugs down, I agree completely. Muslims and Islam is not compatible with the United States Constitution because they believe in Sharia law, and that is a Muslim law system, and has nothing to do with freedom. It has to do with oppression. And if you can't see that, then you just don't understand. Freedom. FREEDOM.
Yeah. You know, I want to make clear something. You can wave any flag in this country. Don't disrespect my American flag. That's all I'm asking. If you want to go protest on the street like these Palestinians, right? They don't go out there with the American flag and say, "Hey, let's help Palestinians." No. They condemn us in our own land. How the hell do we allow that freedom of speech? Like,
they do their speeches in a friggin' foreign language, and I have to read the transcription on the screen, and it's death to America, down with Americans, kill the infidel.
Yeah.
Well, how do we allow such a thing in our midst? Well, we've been stupid because we've elected Democrats for 200 years now. And it's time that, do you know about the Whig Party that died from 1850 to 1860? It used to be a big party in America in the early 1800s, and they supported the wrong things, and they eventually died. They went away, and the Republicans replaced them. And I'm hoping and praying, oh, Lord, please let this happen, that there are no more, quote, Democrats, unquote, left. Let it be the Green Party or the Idiotic Party or the AOC Communist Party. I don't care what they call it.
Yeah.
But stop calling themselves Democrats, because they do not believe in democracy, which they repeat all the time.
100%, and that's what I say. You know, I don't know if you heard of this one, but I listened to this maybe a couple years ago. And there was a professor. I only remember the capitalist professor. I don't remember the other guy. But it was Professor Wolf, I believe was his name. And they were having a debate in front of a school, right, with the alumni and stuff. And the socialist professor came and said that he teaches socialism, at colleges, at universities.
Right.
But he said that the new because there's a new socialist party, he says. There's a new socialist movement that includes communism and Marxism. Marxism is the foundation of this communism socialist party, which now they call the Democrats. This will tell you why they don't believe in God. This will tell you why they're so hardcore on supporting sexual perversion and mutilating of body parts and all these other nasty stuff that they want to do. And they have no conviction. They want to get rid of God in our bills. They want to get rid of, they got rid of the 10 Commandments eventually from the Supreme Court. I think that was Obama, I think. And I believe it's back. I'm not sure if that came through, but that's one of the things that we need to understand about the new Democratic Party. And I say this, if you are a loyalist Democrat, please, I want you to know this. The people, the politicians who call themselves Democrats right now, that is not the Democratic Party you think. Think about this. All these people that have sold their souls to the devil, look at them. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hillary, Bill, everybody, they talked like Trump does today. And now they're the opposite. Why do you think that is? They have no moral compass.
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Bible?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I believe in God.
In the Bible, Jesus went around, and the thing that he did the most was cast out demons.
Yeah.
Okay. If you look in the eyes of these people, now, I'm a pastor in the past, and I have been in these situations, so I can tell you for truth.
Same here.
They have a look in their eyes that is demonic, and I think that the Democratic Party has been taken over by demons.
Yeah.
That's my
conclusion. I discern the same thing.
Why else would you want to mutilate a 12-year-old girl and cut off her breath?
That's plain evil. Yeah.
So,
by their fruits you'll recognize them. They're all demons, and you will see some of them like John Fetterman, right? He is a guy that he's not a hateful person. He agrees and disagrees with both sides, but he's the only one that steps out with common sense, and it's just like, why is he the only one? I mean, there was the Democrat lady. What was her name? Oh my gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, Maxine Waters.
No. She's a communist Cuban disguised as American. It's a black American. But I'm talking about the lady that got shot, Melissa Thorne.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
So
she voted against a bill against Democrats, and when she came out, she was so afraid, and she said that she had to do it. And a couple of days later, she's gone. And the guy that took her away, Tampon Tim, comes out right away and says it's a political, assassination. What do you? Okay, I don't think he understood how this trap or this setup was going to work. But let me just tell you, if you say it was a political assassination, he's trying to blame Trump, by the way. She just sided with the Republicans. So if it was a political assassination, that means you did it. And it turns out the guy that killed her worked for him.
Yeah.
And nothing happened.
Well,
That just,
was
they
in
forgot about it.
Yeah, that was in Wisconsin or Minnesota, a state legislator, right?
Yeah.
And,
I
that's
think so.
how they keep control. And it's the same way that the mafia keeps control, or the cartels in Mexico keep control.
Well, why do you think
If
Mexico
go
doesn't?
against them,
Why do you think Mexico
and
doesn't
your-
fight?
Yeah, you're dead, and your family's dead. And that is, of course, tyranny or tyranny. And that is exactly what America stood up against and has fought for and defeated 3 times in the 1900s. When I was alive and a young man, we defeated the evil in Europe and made Europe free 3 times. And Trump just said today, enough is enough. They won't even send their ships to help keep the Strait of Hormuz open. So the end of our relationship with NATO is near. And I don't care if a whole continent becomes a Muslim hierarchy. It's enough already. If they can't fight for themselves, we're done as Americans freeing Europe.
Yeah.
And I think we made a good move by going to the Gulf and making relationships with those countries. You know, Trump's first trip when he was first elected in 2017 was to where? Saudi Arabia. He understands what he's up to. He has a deeper plan about organizing the world in a new way, that where the Western Hemisphere is protected from the Eastern Hemisphere. And let them kill each other. Who the hell cares?
that would be the easiest thing for me, to agree with. And the thing that the people on the left they don't see is that if we continue to allow these other communist countries that have this power to cripple economies to thrive, it will come back to haunt us. It will.
Well, guess who is on their knees right now? China. And guess what Trump's goal was from 2015 when he first came down the escalator? Close the border, control. So I think he's succeeding.
Yeah.
We may not understand the ins and outs of it, and probably won't. My great-grandchildren will read the books about how Trump was a genius. But right now, we need practical guys like you as governor. And I want you to become governor and tell your illegal aliens to exit Washington almost immediately.
Yeah. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for the righteous. I'm gonna fight for the righteous people. There are a lot of people that do deserve to be here. I just cannot send a message out to the world that it's okay to come here illegally, and if you argue enough, you will get papers. I can't give that message out there. So there will be immigration reform, but there's going to be a lot of deportations. And I will also, as I said, I want to work 100% with the federal government. I'm going to release every single murderer, criminal, illegal alien from jails into their hands. And then we'll think about everybody else that is also illegal. We do need to make a census in Washington State just to see how many people we do have here. And I really want to, first of all, I really want to support those who have no criminal background. If the Mexican government, if the foreign government would help us, vet these people, they don't have to go anywhere. I want to see Mexican trucks. I want to see families thriving. These people make like 50 to 100,000 a year. That's not being rich. That's not stealing from the economy. I want these people to thrive. I want to see the small taco stands. I want to see small restaurants go and be built and have them pay taxes. And go ahead and take care of your family. If you are a legal citizen in this country, or resident, legal resident or American citizen, that you have family that is here illegally, claim them, sponsor them. Show us that you have the money to help them. And I want those people to stay here. I can tell you this. I've seen myself already with a multitude of Hispanics. I'm not going to tell you millions, but a multitude of Hispanics raising the American flag with honor. And that's what I want. That's my dream, to see Hispanics and all migrants to be respected in the United States of America.
That's my dream for you as well, and Godspeed. I want to say one thing that you said just a few moments ago that is the key word that you used. You said righteous or righteousness.
Yeah.
In America, we know as Americans there's righteousness and right things, and there's wrong things and evil things. And everybody in America understands that. It's just a matter of somebody saying it out loud.
Yeah.
So yay for you, Mr. Herrera. There is righteousness in the world. And
Yeah.
the fairness of America will eventually work out all these people who come here and not done illegal acts except for crossing the border. But right now we have to get rid of the thugs and the evil people and the
Correct.
guys growing marijuana from the cartels in your forests.
Yep.
We have to eliminate all those people.
Correct.
We have to get them out because they're causing the crime and the chaos that we see every day on the news. And anybody that doesn't think that's happening, all you have to do is tune into some channel that tells you what's the background of the guy who did this murder or
Yep.
did this knifing or did, and they're all illegal aliens with long criminal histories.
Yeah. But people still ignore it. They still ignore it.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We'll leave it in God's hands. Whatever He wants to happen.
Okay, as soon as you get your campaign going, I'm going to be the first contributor. So
Absolutely. And I will do the same in return, my friend. I appreciate you, Mr. Bill. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Be blessed.
God bless. Bye-bye.
So for all you demons in my chat and those who serve Satan, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. You are not in control of my soul or my salvation. It is God and God alone. It will be His will that will be done on this earth, not mine, not yours. I don't need you to secure my salvation. The only one that can give me salvation is Jesus Christ, who died on the cross and rose from the dead, and He will come back for all of His people. For those who die believing in Christ, they will also be resurrected in that day, and together we will all be transformed into a spirit and meet with Jesus Christ and His greatness of angels when they come for all of us together. So Satan, you have no power over me, over my family, and I cover myself and my family with the blood of Jesus. It is the Holy Spirit who lives in this place, and you have no authority, you have no right, and you have already lost. So I will do my duty and fight for justice as long as I need to fight for justice. Because at the end of the day, when my life expires on this earth, I know that I'm going to be with my Lord. And all I want to hear is, well done, my good and faithful. You cannot take that victory away from me. Woo, Lord, I praise you. I praise you because the devil reminds me of how much I love you and how much I depend on you in my life. That being said, I want to say thank you to all those of you who support me. I appreciate you very much. I really do. And I want to thank you for those who have subscribed to my channel. Let me take a 1-minute quick break and I'll be right back. Thank you very much, guys. I needed to take a break for that. Thank you for the 40 people that are here with me. Somebody said that I sold my soul for 67 viewers. That's not what I'm here for. All right. I am here to entertain, but I'm also here to give you some truth and some facts. If you don't want to be here for the truth, you came to the wrong channel. So here is something that our border czar actually put. Who was this? Stand Up for Trump is actually who posted this on X.
We're going to make sure this job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE. You know what? You can protest. They have that right. But when you cross that line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now, Laura, we're going to create a database where those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are. We're going to broadcast. They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast every one of these people we arrest. This job and these people who want.
I found it very very interesting when you see supposedly Americans putting the American flag upside down because federal agents are enforcing immigration law to make this country safer. It's outrageous that today and age we still see that happening. That is crazy. You can call us dictators. You know who else gets called a dictator? Nayib Bukele. You know what? 90% of the population approval. You know what? Safest country on earth now. They call him a dictator, authoritarian. Salvadorians are out there yelling on the streets, my dictator. Call it what you will. If that's what's going to make people have safety, if that's what's going to make people feel free and do what they can to survive and have a life, you can call me a dictator. You can call anybody a dictator. But the reason behind it is what matters. And Hammer, there's not one day that I read a comment from you, and I keep looking once in a while, just to see if you just put one positive comment for Americans, just one little hint that you are fighting for America. Never, not once, not once. Soy un perdedor. I'm a loser, baby. So quiet. Oh, no. Manuel also has not one positive thing ever to say here. Let's see. Marvin, you were 13 years old. Donald said no. He gave her a piece of candy and bounced off the red. What the hell are you talking about? Marvin, you got to put the crack down, bro. Put the crack down. Let's see. Ron Dennis, would you consider Trump self-righteous in his past? No. I think President Donald Trump, in his past, was raised. I mean, that's not really like a bad thing, but he was raised in a very I don't want to say non-loving, but a different environment, and some of the things that President Trump has gone through, like bankruptcies, it is something that every single one of us can actually do and not go to jail, not have to pay money back. It is part of the system. And if Congress wanted to, they will change it. But they don't want to do that. They want to convince you that they need to continue taxing you. what they don't tell you is that's how they benefit themselves. So they're never going to tell you to do that. That's just not beneficial to them. You understand that? That's a big difference. All right, let me see. Let's go ahead and play our favorite clip for the libtards. I love playing this clip. This is a beautiful steak. I wish I was eating that steak right now instead of these nuts. But Democrats or people, oh, Cutting Edge, I just saw your link, brother. Thank you. I will check it out, brother. Democrats, they see the country's going down the toilet. They see the man who is fighting to save it. Are things going to be smooth? Maybe, maybe not. Are mistakes going to be made? Maybe, maybe not. Most likely, it's not going to be perfect. But Democrats believe that it's better to be plugged in to ignorance and not see reality. Because if you don't see it, it is not happening. Democrats are that child that when you tell them to hide, they do this. That's how Democrats hide. As long as they don't see it, it's not happening. Even though they feel it, they hear it, they smell it, they just close their eyes and play ignorant. Because of the loyalty to a Democratic Party, because of the hate that they have for one man, they don't care if the country is burning down. They just don't care. So, yeah, well, ICE is not really quite on my headlines. They're still doing what they're supposed to be doing. Manuel, Dennis, ¿haces o eres? ¿Te haces? That's not how you spell it, bro. Haces. Haces. That's how you spell it. Haces. You know, you get all these illiterate Hispanics in here sometimes. They don't know how to spell in Spanish or in English. A damn shame. I want you to know something. I've never joined gangs, but I am from El Barrio, the poorest neighborhoods. Well, you said neither side cares. I care, and I have a side. So that statement is not true. Oh, hell no. I don't. I do not like caviar. Hell no. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. Who knows? Maybe it just takes some getting used to it, but I don't like it. I like lobster. I like shrimp. I like steak. I like fish. I like sea snails. The ones with the big conch. Some calamar. Some octopus, but not much. But my favorite is a well-made steak with flavorful seasonings. That's what I like. With that being said, this little steak that you see here is not real. It doesn't exist. That steak right there is the BS that Democrats feed themselves every day. And with that being said, we'll take a listen to see what this guy says, who is eating that BS. As good as it looks, it really isn't what you're looking at. Never gets old. Listen, it's very illustrative. It is very true. That's what you have to understand. Many people, I know this is just a movie, but many people don't understand. Some of us do. Some people want to be plugged into the power plant, so to speak. Others, well, we want to truly be free, and we don't want to be controlled. We don't want anybody telling us what to do, but we still have to live by rules. We still have to have law and order. Now, I got a link from Cutting Edge, and I'm going to share it. Let me get rid of my X account here. Do I have anything else? Anything else? Let me see. What is this? Well. Look at this. Let me tell you. Career criminal. This is from 3 days ago. Career criminal, a 4-time deported illegal immigrant with 15 prior criminal charges, now facing new charges after allegedly shoving 2 people onto the New York City subway tracks. Imagine that. 4 deportations, 15 arrests. ¿No lo habías escuchado? Mira, I'm going to speak English, okay? Spanish. Este es el problema. Yo quiero que si ustedes hablan español, quiero que entiendan una cosa, ¿ok? Aquí en los Estados Unidos, aquí en Washington State, en el estado donde yo estoy, voy a poner mi nombre en las urnas para correr para gobernador de aquí del estado de Washington. Uno de mis planes es hacer que toda la gente que tiene documentos de DACA o de TPS, que esa gente tengan un chequeo historial criminal. Si no tienen récord criminal, vamos a hacer todo lo posible para que la reforma migratoria les pertenezca y les dé la oportunidad a ellos, a ustedes, si ustedes son parte de ese programa, de recibir una tarjeta de Green Card, ¿verdad? Lo que yo quiero que ustedes sepan es, como latinos, pónganse ustedes a preguntar, si nosotros que venimos a este país con una necesidad, si nosotros dejamos que los criminales, los malos, los que nosotros estamos dejando atrás, porque no queremos vivir con ellos, si nosotros dejamos que ellos estén en este país, porque nosotros tenemos una necesidad, tenemos que ser sinceros el uno con el otro. Y una de esas sinceridades tiene que ser esto. ¿Vale la pena traer el problema conmigo a un país donde yo de verdad quiero vivir, o lo voy a defender y respetar la ley? Yo, como hondureño americano, yo vine aquí, bueno, me trajo mi mamá casi a los 14 años. La mayoría de ustedes ya saben mi historia. Pero nunca he sido ilegal. He tenido parientes, tal vez primos por ahí, que son ilegales en Nueva York. Ese es pedo de ellos. Nunca he soportado o apoyado, perdón, la migración ilegal. En ningún momento. Yo aquí en los Estados Unidos me crié con un montón de mexicanos del DF. Me decían el chilango. ¿Ok? Deportaban a unos que eran ilegales. A la semana, cabrón, ya estaban de vuelta. ¿Cuál es el pecado de ellos? La borrachera. Tenían muchas felonías de manejar borracho. Y entonces esa gente pues no cabe aquí. Y por mucho que trabajaban, pues de que trabajan porque quieren ganar su billete para el pisto. Entiendo. Pero tiene que ponerse a pensar usted. ¿Cómo como hispano tiene que ponerse a pensar? No sean pendejos, por favor. Con toda la palabra se los digo. No sean pendejos. No nos hagamos los majes. ¿Ok? Con mucho respeto a la gente americana, pónganse ustedes en el zapato de ellos. ¿Cómo vamos a defender esta nación? Si del día de mañana usted agarra papeles para estar aquí en este país, de una u otra manera usted consigue. ¿Cómo vamos a poder defender la frontera? ¿Y cómo vamos a poder decirle a la otra gente que no se venga para este país ilegal cuando usted se vino ilegal? Bueno, la respuesta no importa. No importa la respuesta. Porque si usted se hace residente o ciudadano, su respuesta tiene que ser, bueno, yo viví en este país sabiendo que en cualquier momento me iban a deportar. Y sabiendo eso, yo no voy a culpar al gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Así de sencillo. Pero si usted agarra papeles, bueno, usted hace un juramento a esta patria de que usted va a defender, proteger y respetar los derechos legales y humanos de todo americano que vive en este país y la gente que está en los Estados Unidos legal. Pero si usted se va a poner de parte de los ilegales criminales y porque yo sé que tiene sobrinos y usted no quiere que los deporten, mire, ese ya no es pedo de los Estados Unidos, ese ya es problema de los que se vienen para acá ilegales sabiendo las consecuencias. No se puede salvar, no se puede excusar de que una persona haga algo ilegal sabiendo que es ilegal y pensar de que no van a haber consecuencias. No puede una cabeza que piensa de verdad, con justicia, una persona que tiene honor, honra, pensar de que está bien venirse a este país ilegales. No sean más mamones. No, hombre, ¿qué es eso? No sean abusadores. No, hay que ser respetuosos. Y usted me puede decir, ay, qué respetuoso, si dice un montón de malas palabras. ¿Qué le importa eso? Estamos hablando de respeto a la gente americana que tiene sus derechos legales. Este es el país de ellos, no es el suyo. I had to say that in Spanish because a lot of people that come in here, maybe they don't speak English. And they come in here and they type a lot of things in Spanish, but they don't know how to spell. Alfombra is the translate the botono. Oh, man, Bad Bunny. Oh, that's garbage. Bad Bunny is garbage, bro. Bad Bunny is garbage. Manuel says, Dennis, when you critique my spelling, the difference is I'm an American, you're a... Listen to the comment from Manuel Correa. He said, wait a second. He said, Dennis, when you critique my spelling, the difference is I'm an American, you're a citizen. Oh, man, this guy cracks me up. Runs is getting turned on with the food. Let me see. Talking food brings people together. Saladitas, let's have dessert. Warm caramelized pineapple upside. Ooh. My mouth just got watery, but that sounds like a lot of sugar, and my body is not going to like it. Omar, that's what he's saying. You know, a lot of people question me. They say, oh, you speak fluent Spanish, man, like a mofo. I think in Spanish 100% of the time. Every single word that I say in English is translated immediately into English. So a lot of people can judge me on that. That's fine. That's okay. I understand. You know, I understand the jealousy, the envy, etc., etc., etc. But let me take a look here. I think there's another live going on right now. What's going on? Let me see. I got a notification here real quick. Oh, yeah. Here we go. All right. Let's get this criminal off my screen. I'm glad I saw that because I had to share that. All right. Let's take a look. Here we go. Let's see. 4 minutes ago, President Trump signs executive order launching anti-fraud task force headed by J.D. Vance. Ooh-wee. Let's get it. I like it. Here we go, peeps. Here we go. Let's see what this is all about.
In light of widespread revelations of fraud in federally funded programs in states like Minnesota and California. This executive order in front of you will establish a new task force aimed at rooting out that fraud, returning potentially billions or tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars to the American taxpayer. This task force will be chaired by the Vice President. The Vice Chairman will be the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, who's with us here as well today. But this is going to launch a whole-of-government approach to rooting out the very serious problem of fraud in federally funded programs around the country.
As an example, you know, you've been seeing it, and seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud. It's $19 billion, and California, as they say, is 10 times worse, and other states are 10. And this is not a Republican-Democrat thing. This is wherever it's taking place. It seems that it's usually in blue states. If it's in a red state, we're going there too. But it seems that it's heavily, heavily, heavily Democrat. And what they've done is so sad. When you look at the Minnesota scam, a lot of it has to do with Somalia. Nobody's calling out anybody, but a lot of it has to do, but it's Somalia and plenty of others. And I believe the governor is complicit. I believe Ilhan Omar is complicit. I believe that your Attorney General is complicit. And if they are, you're going to hopefully find out about it, and you're going to have to do what you have to do. If we found half of the fraud that's taking place in this country, and I think you have a chance of doing that, we would have much more than a balanced budget. That's the kind of numbers you're talking about. The theft is incredible. And I think JD will make, and Andrew will make a charge later on that local states should handle nursing homes and all of these things that the federal government shouldn't be involved in. It's too big. The federal government should handle military and a couple of other things. But when it comes to nursing homes, you saw where a young gentleman was going around and knocking on doors, and none of the nursing homes existed, none of the nurseries existed. The money that's being paid out, and the federal government pays for it. When you see all these people coming in illegally into our country, many criminals, many drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders, and you look at California, and more come in, and yet they never had money, and yet they pay them. You know why they pay them? Because the federal government is charged with paying. We're not paying them anymore, and I said that. So these two really smart guys are going to be, I think it's going to, hopefully it's going to be JD's. This will not be like a Kamala where she was put in charge of the border, and she never went there, JD, right? You promise?
I promise, sir.
Remember, Kamala was put in charge. She was the border czar. She never went to the border. She never called any of the great Border Patrol. The Border Patrol testified. We never spoke to her in 4 years. And that was a disaster. But this is different. This is a different group of people. I think maybe before JD, I'll ask Stephen Miller to say a few words too, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, under President Trump's leadership, as we've seen, the illegal flow across the southern border was stopped completely. But what we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. So as an example, ICE recently asked a group of illegal immigrants that were in detention whether or not they were receiving Medicaid. Half of them raised their hands and volunteered that they were on Medicaid. Just volunteered that. These aren't the ones who were hiding it, right? They also asked illegal aliens how they paid their medical bills, and they said that if they don't have Medicaid, they go to hospitals, they get free care there, and they bill it to the taxpayers. So they aren't paying for any of their own health care in this country. This is one example. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So under President Trump's leadership, and then of course with JD and the head of the FTC, Andrew Ferguson, we're going to see the first ever effort in American history to reclaim the ultimately trillions of dollars that were stolen from taxpayers. I believe, and I know President Trump believes, that when this theft is exposed, we will see that if all of it were stopped, it would be enough to balance the budget. The extraction of wealth from American taxpayers to people who don't belong here is the primary cause of the national debt, and this is the first ever effort to shut that down. Thank you, Mr. President.
First ever. And everyone knows they've been cheating for years. it's the first ever, and it's got to be stopped. I mean, it's got to be stopped. Think of it, Somalia is a third world, maybe a fourth world nation, one of the worst, one of the most dangerous. They don't have anything. They don't have councils. They don't have government. They don't have police. They shoot each other all over the place. They come here and they steal $19 billion. That's crazy. And Ilhan Omar, I hope this is part of it, but she married her brother, supposedly. I mean, there's a lot of documentation. That means she's here illegally and she's a congresswoman. And I hope you're going to be looking at that, or somebody is, all right? Because she's one of the ringleaders here. She's bad news, really bad news. She's so bad for our country. Anyway, JD, please say a few words.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a very important whole-of-government approach to tackle the fraud problem. And let me just tell one story. One of the things that even before this executive order was signed that we were able to stop under the president's leadership is we saw evidence that in Minneapolis, there were Somalis, primarily illegal immigrants, who were defrauding a Medicaid program that was meant to go to autistic children. So they were taking children who were supposed to get benefits, and they were claiming that their kids were actually autistic even though they weren't. And what did this mean? This meant two things. Number one, you had a lot of people getting rich off of the fraud while American citizens got poor. And the second thing that it meant is that you had autistic kids in Minneapolis, in suburban Minneapolis, who weren't getting benefits they needed because Somali fraudsters were literally stealing out of their pocket. It's got to stop. And unfortunately, that kind of fraud is one example of probably hundreds just within the state of Minneapolis, and then it's repeated and replayed all over the United States of America. When we first started talking about this problem, the president made it very clear he wanted us to take the fraud problem seriously because nobody had until he was president. We started to figure out one big hole that existed is that the agencies of the government weren't actually talking to each other. So Treasury would have evidence of financial fraud, but wasn't talking to the Department of Justice about it. Health and Human Services had evidence of Medicaid fraud, but wasn't talking to the Department of Treasury about it. So what this executive order does is force the entire apparatus of the federal government to do two things. Stop the fraud on the American taxpayer and make sure that the benefits that ought by right go to American citizens and not to fraudsters. Andrew Ferguson will be the vice chair and is going to do a great job. If you're curious what's the difference between the vice chair and the vice chair is going to do all the work, and I'm going to take all the credit. Andrew.
Yeah, look, I mean, millions and millions of Americans pay into these programs every day, and they expect to get something out of it. And this fraud is just siphoning money that millions of Americans pay to fund their hospitals, to fund their daycare centers, into completely fake businesses. It isn't just unfair to all of us as taxpayers who pay for all this. It's particularly unfair to the Americans who need this the most and watch this money leave their hospital, leave their school system, and go out to fraud. And that is why this effort is so important. And I think we've just begun really looking at this, but I think that one of the things we're going to find is that in a lot of these agencies, the previous administration was pretty lax about existing anti-fraud controls, and we're going to expose that too.
I would take the word pretty out. I would change it with unbelievably lax. They weren't, it's not even lax. Lax isn't a good enough word. The previous administration was fraudulent, okay? And I think that's what you're going to find also. And, you know, we worked so hard, like most favored nations drug prices. For years, people have wanted. We paid the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by far, by 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, more than London would be paying in New York, more than any city in Europe was paying than our cities. We would have a pill that would sell for $10 in Munich, in Germany, would sell for $10, and in New York it would be $130 or whatever. And we worked so hard, and we pulled it off. It's called Most Favored Nations. So now we went from by far the most expensive drugs anywhere in the world, prescription drugs, to the least expensive, and I had to get all the nations to agree, and I don't want to bore you with how I did it, but I did it. Everyone said it was impossible to do, including the drug companies, and we did it. And we worked so hard on it, and we're going to save so much money for the people. Your drug prices are going to be dropping at levels never even, by 50, 60, 70, 80% in some cases, but you work so hard, and then you see them stealing $19 billion. It's like in one pocket, out the other. And I think Andrew and JD, I think they have maybe one of the most important jobs. Maybe it could be one of the most important things that we're signing because I really believe that they have an opportunity to do something so good for our country. You know, people talk about balancing budgets. You can't balance a budget when people are stealing $19 billion and nobody's ever heard of anything like it. We had, I guess, in the same state, you went autism, where 4 or 5 years ago, they spent $1 million, and now it's almost $400 million in just a few years. Well, autism didn't go up like that, and even the $1 million was probably a fraud, but it went from $1 million to almost $400 million in just a few years. These are crooked people. They basically said everybody in the state had autism. These are crooked, horrible people. And, you know, I was elected on, with JD, Make America Great Again. That was it. And we can't have this stuff happening. Right. We have to be respected. And they left. So I'm going to sign this. We'll take some questions. But let me sign this first before I don't forget. Let's see. Before I decide not to, okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't forget not to, but maybe I'll decide not to. I would decide not to. If I didn't think they could do the job, I would decide not to. But that'll be a terrible thing. I think they're going to find numbers, Andrew, I think you're going to find numbers that are far higher than you even think. And you know, Andrew came to us. He said, sir, he's read the stories about Minnesota. We know California is many times worse, but Minnesota is terrible. They're all terrible. Those cities are terrible. New York is terrible. What's going on in Chicago, Illinois, with that slob of a governor is terrible. And the kind of money we're talking about is just country changing. It's country changing money. It's having a deficit to having a really profitable country where you can lower your taxes substantially for people. And I think you have an opportunity to do it. And I think you two guys are the right guy. If you guys can't do it, we've got a problem. Because nobody else will be able to do it. Yes,
sir.
So I'll sign, and then we'll take some nice questions from our wonderful media. Okay.
Good one.
Here you go. Very important. It's a big deal. We've been working on this very long. Right?
Yes,
See,
sir.
right? Will?
Yes, sir.
Andrew, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. You said during your State of the Union that this type of fraud, the corruption, is the type of thing that can shred the fabric of a nation. Why do you suppose then that leaders in recent memory haven't looked at the systemic amount of fraud
Because
that's
they're
taking
crooked.
place? And
Because they're crooked. They make money. They gain power. They use it for power. Like with the Somalians, they vote in a block, 100%. They make a deal with the Somalians. They all vote because they're on a gravy train. It's money first, power second. A lot of people say power first now. It's money first, power second. Do you ever see where, like, Mercedes, people come over from Somalia, they have no money, and now they're buying Mercedes-Benz cars, okay? It's more cash goes out of the Minnesota airport than any other place in the world or so. We're going to find it. And Minnesota is really bad. The governor's corrupt. The attorney general is totally corrupt. Just like the New York State attorney general, Letitia James. She's a highly corrupt person. Bragg, the DA, is a corrupt person. They're all corrupt. These are corrupt people. And we got too many of them in our country. And we have to expose them, and we have to catch them. And if these two guys can't, these are high IQ people. I've always liked high IQ. These are high IQ people. If they don't do it, we're going to go a long way, fellas, to find somebody else that's going to. We have no choice. If honestly, and they may not do a good job. If they don't do a good job,
Thank you, sir.
no, it's possible. If they don't do a good job, the country's sort of in trouble. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Two questions for the
And I think they're going to do a great job. Go ahead.
First, Mr. Vice President, Democrats are already calling you the fraud czar. What's your reaction to that title? And then second,
Good title.
second, given
I like
your
it.
past skepticism of foreign adventurism, are you completely on board with the current war in Iran?
So I like fraud czar. It's certainly what we're going to do. And look, we have to do it. As the president said, this is a problem that has festered in this country for far too long, and far too few people have actually wanted to do anything about it. That's what makes this administration different, is that we actually tackle the problems the American people have been confronting. So I'm very happy about it. And look, I think that I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for its success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
So there's no hesitation, given your past statements, with the current operation?
What do you mean there's no hesitation with my past statements?
Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
Look, JD's been great, but here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength. But you know what? I've watched Iran for a long time. I've called them out 20 years ago when I was a civilian that liked watching the world. And they're violent, vicious people. The leadership, violent, vicious people. They killed 32,000 protesters over the last 3 weeks. They put out a memo 2 days ago saying, if you protest, we will shoot you and kill you in the streets. And somebody said, oh, there's not that many protests. Well, first of all, there are bombs going off all over the place. But even if there weren't, who's going to do that? Who's going to do it? They don't have any guns, and the other ones have latest in line machine gun, right? And every form of gun you can have. They shoot them right through the middle of the head. They're violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And sometimes I'll have some of the people that, feel very strongly, like I do about wars. And I say, do you think Iran is violent, and do you think their people are violent? Yes, leadership. Do you think they should have a nuclear weapon, which is massive power? I don't even want to discuss how powerful, because it's depressing. And they said, no, they shouldn't have. Definitely they shouldn't have. I said, and you don't want to fight war? No, we don't want to fight war. So these are naive people that frankly are stupid. If you believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, there's something wrong with you, because they would use it within, the only question is within 1 hour if they get it, or 1 day. They will use it, and they will blow up the entire Middle East, not just Israel. They'll start with Israel, but they will blow up. And you got to see that when they unexpectedly started sending missiles to every country within 1,000 miles of them. I mean, they're blowing up countries that were neighbors, not necessarily some friends. They actually were blowing up some friends. They were blowing up the people that handle their accounts. They're sending thousands of missiles into countries that didn't expect to be in the war because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's horrible Iran nuclear deal, which I did in my first term, one of the dumbest deals, perhaps the dumbest deal because of the danger involved, you would have had them have a nuclear weapon 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. They would have used it, blown up the Middle East, and they would have then come after us. And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrew. Let me just hug that little sucker. Give me that bomber over there. Thank you. You knew immediately which one. This looks small, but in person it's very big. Because it's the only plane capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it, because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine, times numerous others, to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark. Every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number in Iran. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't decimate, I call it their nuclear dust, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after that bombing took place. And they would have used it on first Israel and then the Middle East. And you know that because all of those missiles that were launched against their neighbors were set long ago, long before they knew they would be using them this quickly. Had we not done this, you would have had a nuclear war that would have evolved into World War III. And more important, this is a war that there would have been nothing left. So we've done a great thing. The people that say it's okay for a very sick ideology, a very sick country in terms of its leadership, very good people, great people. But the people that say that, I think they're actually, they're either evil or they're stupid. So if you believe that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, they should not have it, then you have to absolutely love what I've done, because in 2 weeks we have decimated them. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weapons, they have no leadership. The leadership is gone. But then they set up a new leadership to go and name a new leader, and that leadership is gone. And now they think maybe the sun is gone. They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to, because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead. But we did a job for the world, not a job for us, for the whole world. We took the worst country in 50 years and maybe longer from the ideological standpoint, a country that wanted to blow up the world, a country that is sick, and it has a religious fervor. And when you add religion, you know, people don't realize more people died in religious wars than every other war put together. And that's what you would have had here. And it was a terrible thing. I'm very proud of what we did. And I think JD understands better than most, if you give Iran a nuclear weapon, at least a very substantial part of the world would be blown up. And it'll be used almost immediately, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You don't mind if I keep this here, do you? Isn't that a beautiful thing? You know, I used to look at it, and I said, it's a piece of art, but how can it be effective? It's so stealth. Think of it, Peter. 1 in the morning, it flies in, and they say, sir, they're in Iranian airspace. And I say, oh, and I'm watching it from the Situation Room with a couple of other very smart people, including some good generals, real generals, not television generals. And all of a sudden you see that dive, they start diving, and sure, and you see him, 30,000, 20,000. Boy, I said, that was a lot. They went down fast to aim it. And they know they're coming, and they're smart, and they never saw them. And they're firing a little bit, but they don't know what they're firing at because they can't see a thing. And then you hear the biggest explosions that anybody's ever heard. Those are the biggest bombs. Outside of nuclear, those are the biggest bombs. And you say, what technology we have. What a great country. I built it, largely, I built it during my first term. I built it. I didn't know I'd have to use it this much in my second term. But we had an incompetent president. We had an incompetent administration. And if that group of people in any form, whether it's Kamala, him, it doesn't matter, would have had another 4 years, we would have had no country left. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You say you're doing a job for the rest of the world. In your conversations with your counterparts, are they thanking you? What are their conversations like when you talk about this military conflict that's taking place in Iran?
Well, they should be thanking me, because many of them get 90%. China, as an example, should be thanking us, but I don't expect to thank you, but they should be thanking us. Japan gets 95%, China 91%. Many of the countries, South Korea gets a tremendous percentage of their oil and therefore their energy from the Straits, or as they call it, the Strait. And they should be not only thanking us, they should be helping us. What does surprise me is that they're not eager to help. There are a couple. We'll be announcing some names soon. There are some that really were right up front. I would announce their name now, other than maybe they prefer it not being announced for whatever reason. I will say this: it's a lot easier to get people today than it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, before we destroyed before we obliterated the country, before we took out, because they're down to about 8% of their missiles. They're down to a small portion of their drones. And we've demolished many of their factories where they make the missiles and the drones, and the rest are all following. Our military has been amazing. We hit Carg Island, took out every single thing on Carg Island except one thing. We left the pipes, because if we take out the pipes, it takes a long time to build them. And at some point, something is going to happen that's positive with respect to those pipes. But there are some countries that greatly disappointed me. And I'm the one that got them to pay from 2% to 5% of GDP, NATO. And I get along great with those countries in NATO, but I always said, the problem with NATO is we'll always be there for them, but they'll never be there for us. And when I hear the UK, which we sort of considered the Rolls-Royce of allies, right? When you say they were the oldest and they were going to be there. And I say it would be really helpful if you'd send over a couple of ships, and if you have some minesweepers, which they do, it'd be very helpful. And the Prime Minister is a nice man. I think he's a very nice guy. He says, well, I'd like to ask my team. I said, you don't have to worry about a team. You don't have a team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make a decision. Well, I have to speak to my people. I said, you don't have to speak to anybody. So it's very disappointing. And then after we obliterated them and destroyed their military, the whole thing, and it became a much safer zone, he said, we're going to send over 2 aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them anymore. I don't want them after we win. I want them before we start. I don't need your aircraft carriers after we've already won. So, those things are very disappointing. And you have to remember, we have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? I've been saying it for a long time. This is the greatest thing to come out of this. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there. Many of them would not be there. And we're going to have to start thinking more wisely in this country. Some have been very good. 1 or 2 have been great. I'll tell you who the great ones are at the right time. But there have been some that were right up there, Peter. They were right up there. They wanted to do it so much. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. You were talking about Iran a couple times today and what they did after Epic Fury began. You said they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. Are you surprised that nobody briefed you ahead of time that might be their retaliation?
Nobody, no. The greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit. They were, I wouldn't say friendly countries. They were like neutral. They lived with them for years. Peter, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel with their nuclear weapon. But after we knocked out their nuclear potential weapon, they started building missiles, thousands and thousands of missiles. And they were going to do it with missiles while they developed. These are sick people. While they developed nuclear, somehow they were going to start at a different site, because that site was, you saw the site, the mountain. They were going to go into a certain area, which we know exactly where it is, and they were going to do that. And it's incredible what we've done. I tell you, the job we've done. Do you know, if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, you would right now, well, Israel would be gone. It would be incinerated, and probably the Middle East likewise. And remember, they have all of those missiles. And I heard they were sending missiles to UAE. I said, that's strange. UAE is like the banker for Iran. They're like the banker. Qatar, their neighbors, they got along okay. Saudi Arabia. All of a sudden, Kuwait is getting hit. Bahrain is getting, all these countries are getting hit. There was no expert that would say that was going to happen. It's not a question of like, gee, should you have known? And if we did know, big deal. I mean, we have to do what we have to do. But we hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard. And we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones are built. We've fully extinguished 2 layers of leadership and probably a third, if you believe some stories. So we only have one thing, to have a little choke point, and they've used it very well for years, but it doesn't work. But I think this, if some of these countries that we've been good to for years, and maybe more important than that, some of these countries that get 90% and 95% of their energy from Hormuz, the Strait. Hormuz, a famous, wonderful, beautiful place, but you wouldn't want to be necessarily sailing a boat there right now.
I would not.
Okay, you know why? Not because of them, because of us. Because we've taken out their entire Navy. We've taken out every one of their drone, they call it a drone layer, a mine layer. There's specific boats that are meant to put mines on. How would you like to have a nation that has 22 boats where their sole function, they're very different looking boats. You wouldn't want one for your family. They're not pretty. Their sole function is to lift a mine into the water and drop it a certain number of feet down. But they had 22 of them. We've taken out all of them. But you can probably drop them off on the boats. So we don't even know. By the way, we don't know that any mines have even been dropped. But the thought that they would scares people that have billion-dollar ships. Yeah, please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'd like to ask the Vice President about his plans to go after possible fraud in California and New York. We know, of course, about Minnesota. And President Trump, first, could I ask you, you said earlier today that the new Supreme Leader, Mutabak Khomeini, you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he just narrowly escaped death in the first airstrikes by stepping out into his garden. There's another report that he may actually be gay despite leading a theocracy that hangs gay people. How do you determine what's true, and do you have an assessment of those?
Well, so far nobody knows. If you look at his father, he used to give talks a lot, you know, talking about death to America. He'd say death to America all the time. When they say death to America, you should believe them, because that's what they would have. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. But they never had the chance. I never gave them the chance to use it. And other presidents should have done. I spoke to one of the former presidents who I actually like. I actually speak to some. I do like some people. It'd be shocking. And he said, I wish I did what you did. Could have done it. Other presidents, somebody should have done it. 47 years this went on. They call Iran the bully of the Middle East. And you could have never had the Abraham Accords. You could never have had peace in the Middle East. Now you're going to have peace. You could never do it with the dark cloud of a nuclear Iran. But Iran is a shell of itself. It's no longer a bully. It's the one that gets bullied. It's a bully that got beat up. We beat the crap out of them. And they deserve that. You know, when you see a soldier walking down the street without his arms, or being helped down the street because he's got no legs, or his face is blown to smithereens with no legs and no arms, those two, no legs, no arms, and a face that got racked. That was done by roadside bombs. That's the favorite weapon of Soleimani, who I killed in my first administration. General Soleimani, had I not killed him, that was the beginning of their downfall, because had he not gone, it's possible that we would not be this far advanced in destroying Iran, because he was a really good general. He was a vicious, horrible man, but he was a brilliant general. And he was looking to knock out 5 of our military bases at one time. And the man that died with him was his counterpart in Iraq. And they were working together. And they got hit real hard. And if that didn't happen, we would have had a problem. But maybe more importantly than that, he was really the mastermind behind it. And they never found somebody to replace him in terms of the genius. I knocked him out, and that was a big step, knocking him out. But if we didn't get rid of the Obama deal, I terminated it against the wishes of my then Secretary of State. He was no Marco. Against the wishes of a lot of people at the time. You remember that, Peter? A lot of people. Had I not terminated, remember that, Stephen? You remember? They were all going, no, dude, this is not... That deal was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 3 years ago, and it would have been used, I would say, 2 to 3 years ago, and it would have been used in the Middle East. And by the way, after they were finished that, they were coming over here. They never got a chance to do it.
I just want to ask you about something very interesting that you said twice today. That you talked to another former president about the Iran strikes.
I did.
Was it George W. Bush?
No.
Was it Bill Clinton?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. Because
Barack Obama.
a member of a party, they have Trump derangement syndrome, but it's somebody that happens to like me, and I like that person who's a smart person. But that person said, I wish I did it. Okay, but I don't want to get into who.
Okay.
I don't want to get him into trouble. Maybe, hey,
I have a guess.
you know what? Yeah, I think you probably know. You know, it's interesting. And maybe he'd be proud. And I could even ask him that. Would you like me to reveal your name to Peter at Fox? Well, at least you have high ratings. Your ratings are through the roof, Peter.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
thank you for noticing.
Congratulations.
Can I ask you another question
Yeah.
about the war? If Iran, as you say, totally obliterated, got the missiles, got the first 2 rounds of leadership, Air Force gone, Navy gone, can we wrap this war up this week?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Will we?
I don't think so, but it'll be soon. Won't be long. And we're going to have a much safer world when it's wrapped up. It'll be wrapped up soon. We're going to have a much safer world. I had an obligation to do this. I didn't want to, I call it an excursion. I didn't want to make this journey. We had the highest stock market in history. We had low gas prices. Everything was good. And I know exactly, I know what, you're going to do it, and people are going to raise the price of oil, and that's good. But I know that. But that's a very small thing compared to allowing them to have, you want to see a stock market go down? Start letting them hit you with nukes, okay? I think, I said it this morning, I think it's a very small price to pay. And frankly, I thought it was going to go down much more, if you want to know the truth. I assumed that it was going to go down much more, only because people don't understand to a large, it's a big chess game at a very high level. It's a very high level chess, the highest. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. When you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. These are not Jasmine Crockett and her group. These are smart people. These are really smart people, and violent people, and vicious people, and some very nice people. And some are very nice but violent. They turn violent. But you know what? If I didn't do what I did, we would have been hit. Number one, very important, was the termination of Obama's horrible deal. And number two, this beautiful plane hitting them 8 months ago, whatever it was, and taking out their nuclear capacity. That totally threw them for a loop. If they had that bomb at either time, 5 years ago or 7 months ago, if they had that bomb would have been used almost immediately.
Mr. President, 2 questions on domestic policy, bringing it close to home. First of all, the Save America Act. What are you expecting this week when this vote takes place in the U.S. Senate? Will the Vice President's vote be
I think it's imperative that it gets done. I'm not sure it is. The Democrats have horrible policy. It's just incredible. But they stick together. It's the one thing they do. Their Supreme Court members stick together. Those appointed by a Democrat stick together. If Barack Hussein Obama appoints a member of the Supreme Court, that member never goes against him. And they're proud about it. They say, I don't give a damn if it's good or bad. That man appointed me, and I'm never going to let him down. I don't say that's right, wrong. I just say they stick together. Republicans go the opposite way. If Donald Trump appointed me, I'm going to show the world that I can be totally just, and I can be independent of Donald Trump. He's not controlling me. And I don't want to control them. I just want to have smart decisions. They gave us a decision on tariffs the other day that won't change tariffs. I can do it a different way. I always knew I could do it a different way. This was a little quicker, a little easier, a little better. But they gave it a decision that could cost this country $500 billion to pay people back, because now I have to start the tariffs all over again. Very simple. And what happens with the money I've already collected? Why didn't they say, starting from now, go the other way? $500 billion, perhaps. It's so sad. But one thing about the Democrats, they stick together like glue. They impeached me twice for absolutely no reason, unanimously. Fortunately, the Republicans stuck together, and it was something. It was pretty wild. But the Democrats have horrible policy, transgender for everybody, open borders, men playing in women's sports. But the one thing they do have is they stick together, no matter how bad the policy. It's embarrassing to watch them try to defend it. And in a way, I say, as a Republican, in a way, I say, thank goodness they have bad policy, because you'd never beat them. We have something in there now, the Save America Act. Voter ID with a picture, right? That's a 99% issue. Even among Democrats, you know, Democrats poll at 89% on that. And then they have proof of citizenship. And then they have no mail-in ballots. No mail-in ballots. We have no mail-in. You go to California, they send out like 38 million ballots. Some Democrats got 7, 8 ballots. Republicans are a lot of times calling in, where's my ballot, where's my ballot? They're lucky to get one. Jimmy Carter, probably the greatest thing he ever did. I thought he was a nice man, not a great president, to put it mildly. How did his attack work out in Iran? Not too good. I think ours is slightly better, wouldn't you say? But Jimmy Carter, the one thing he did after he left with Scoop Jackson and some others, they formed a very elite council, a committee that came out and said very strongly, no mail-in ballots, because if you have, we're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots like we do. The only country in the whole world. People have tried it. France tried it, and they went away. They're now doing paper ballots, watermark paper, which is very hard to cheat. So when you look at what happens with this country, we really have to fix it. That'll be very popular. The other thing we put in there, just as best of, I call it the best of Trump. We have the 3 things I just said, right? But then I added on no men playing in women's sports, and I added in no transgender surgery, the mutilation of our children. We have no mutilation of our children, no transgender. I think they say that's an 80% issue. I think they're 99% issues, but whether they're 80% or 99%, the problem is we have a couple of Republicans. They shouldn't be allowed. They're horrible people, and they're willing to vote against anything. And we have all the Democrats will vote against it. So I think it hurts the Democrats to vote against it, because I'm going to instruct all the Republicans to say that so-and-so that they're running against voted against the saving of our children from transgender mutilation, right? That's pretty unpopular. They want men and women's sports. That's pretty unpopular. They want voter ID, but the Democrats don't. Everybody wants voter ID. Everybody wants proof of citizenship. And most people don't want mail-in voting because they know it's a fraud. Touches too many hands. I mean, if the postman gets it, this one gets it, that one. So these are all issues that are in the 90s to 100. I would say some are virtually 100%. And the interesting thing is that way not only with the Republic, I'm not talking about leadership, I'm talking about they're that way also, most importantly, with the people. The people of our country want voter ID. The people of our country want proof of citizenship. And that includes 88%, 89% of Democrats. And I think the Republicans, Eric Schmidt, Rick Scott, Tim Scott, I speak to so many of them, they all want it. I hope John Thune can get it across the line. He's trying. I mean, he told me this morning, I spoke to him, he's trying. I think it'll be a very, very bad thing for our country if they don't. We're just asking for basic things. Think of it. You can't have voter ID. Do you know in California, if you ask a person to show their identification, they have the right to put you in jail. If you're an official and you say, "May I please see your identification?" you're subject to going to jail. That's how crazy it's gotten. With a low IQ person, you know, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities. Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay? And I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The President of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb. But then he looked at the audience and said, "But I'm smarter than you," or something like that. That was pretty stupid. So now on top of everything else, I call him a racist because it happened to be a black audience. I will tell you this. I think it was the worst interview I've ever seen of any human being in my life, okay? Anybody else have any questions?
On Iran, will it be necessary to use even a limited ground force to secure whatever nuclear material remains in Iran as part of that threat?
Yeah.
And secondly, have you made a decision?
You mean to go in and get it?
Yes, sir.
Why would I tell you a thing like that?
And secondly...
You know, I can't stand reporters. Sir, when you attack Carg Island, will you occupy Carg? They ask me these questions. And I don't want to be mean, but they're stupid questions. If any president answered those questions, they shouldn't be president.
And secondly, sir, do you still plan to travel to Beijing at the end of this
I don't know. We're working on that right now. We're speaking to China. I'd love to, but because of the war, I want to be here. I have to be here, I feel. And so we've requested that we delay it a month or so, and I'm looking forward to being with them. We have a very good relationship, but because of the war, there's no tricks to it either. It's not like, oh, gee, I'm waiting. It's very simple. We got a war going on. I think it's important that I be here. You know? So it could be that we delay it a little bit. Not much. Peter?
When you say Cuba is next.
Cuba.
Is Cuba, whatever you do with the military there, it seems like something. Will that look more like Iran or Venezuela?
Can't tell you that. I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money, they have no oil, they have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape, you know. It's a beautiful island. I think they have great people. You know, I know so many people from Cuba that were treated terribly, and they're over here and they became rich. They're very entrepreneurial people, very smart. I know a lot from Florida, especially. There's so many people. A friend of mine started over with nothing. He's now the largest owner of gas stations in the country and stuff. I mean, Cuban. I also know, I was just with a fantastic person who's Cuban and made a fortune in sugar. You know, Fanjul family, right? And this family wants to go back to Cuba to visit it. They haven't been back in like 50 years or something. They largely come from Cuba. And we'll see what happens. They were asking me about that. They want to go back. Not only Fanjul, a lot of Cubans have said, oh boy, would they love to go back. I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, you know. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be the honor of having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders. Castro was a very violent leader. His brother's a very violent leader. Extremely violent. That's how they governed. They governed with violence. But a lot of people would like to go back. Okay, one more question.
A quick question on fraud for Vice President Vance. Mr. Vice President, you announced a couple of weeks ago in the EOB that the administration would be halting Medicaid payments to Minnesota until the state decided to take pervasive steps to root out fraud. Do you have an update to that specific situation? Do you think that that could be a model moving forward for the task force for states that won't cooperate?
So I don't have an update there. Dr. Oz is looking to it, trying to work with the authorities in Minnesota to try to figure that situation out. But yeah, I mean, I think there are two obvious tools that we have to stop the fraud that's happening against the American people. One is that when we see evidence of fraud, we stop the payments. Pretty simple, right? We know that the American people are being defrauded. Let's try to stop the payments and ensure that whoever's making these payments is actually complying with some basic due diligence and making sure the payments are going to the right place. I think the second tool, of course, is we have, as the President mentioned, is we have law enforcement options. We know that some of this fraud is just bad. Some of it's criminal. We know that people are intentionally trying to defraud the American people. It's not just in Minnesota, it's all across the country.
99% is criminal.
Yes, sir. So this is one of the reasons why DOJ is such an important part of this, is because we have to make sure that where we see criminal conduct, we actually prosecute it. And the President's talked about this a lot in the past. I don't need to repeat it, but it's worth noting that so many times when we find people engaged in really, really bad conduct, you know, the local judge or the local grand jury tries to stop it. One of the cool things about what we're doing is we're trying to take some innovative steps to ensure that when we find criminal fraud, we can actually prosecute it all the way to the end.
Mr. President,
She wanted one question. She's over here, and you guys are over there. Where's your main camera? Is it this one? Which one is the main camera? Okay, good. Nice center, good. I thought it was that one. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Herrera with Daily Wire, not CNN. We just wanted to ask about DHS, still not funded, but we reported earlier today that 80% of the primary task force that focuses on investigating terrorism is working without pay. So should that impact
Terrible.
decisions?
The Democrats aren't paying. The Democrats, we have a deal. They just said we're not going to pay. We're not going to do anything, and it's terrible. The Democrats are terrible. You know, it'd be nice to get along, but for years this has been going on, not just with me. For years it's been going on. Different ideology, but also different tactics. Here we are, we're fighting big battles with a very tough enemy and winning nicely. And we're not allowed to have security in our country. It's crazy. The Democrats don't want to pay. These are bad people. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that. They're very sick people. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Does anybody have any questions? If you would like to call in, don't be a libtard when you call in. You can be a Democrat, Republican, Independent. Don't be a libtard. Go ahead and tell me how you will fix the economy in this country. No. We need our troops to do what they do best. Fight, not coward. You know, there's courageous soldiers and there was mistake soldiers. Those people who enlist and then eventually they see the war in real life and they like, I don't know, what the hell? This is not what I signed up for. I don't know if they are sugarcoating when they are enlisting people. But I can tell you that if I was a soldier, I would expect the worst of the worst to happen. Some people out there are a little bit ignorant. They say, you know, well, you've never seen war face to face. Well, you know, I don't know what turns your stomach, but seeing a relative cut in pieces in a black garbage bag, I tend to think that will turn your stomach. And seeing that as a regular civilian, that is crazy. That is crazy. So my respects for those who are serving in the military. I appreciate every single one of them. They are amazing, and I think that a lot of you who dare to criticize President Trump for his decisions as if you are perfect. I can't pass that. You guys complain that we are always defending Trump. Well, your job is to hate him. Our job is to protect him. Know your role. I know my role. And now I'm not a grifter. I am not getting paid from the government, from the Republicans, from Trump, from anybody. I depend solely on the advertising that comes through YouTube, your super chats, memberships, PayPals that you guys send. You guys sponsor my coffees. You guys sponsor my electricity, so to speak, unofficially sponsoring. And I appreciate it. You guys, I use a $4,300 computer with my 3 monitors with a $10,000 on the camera, even though it fails on me here or whatever with the lens. Yeah, you can go get a cheap camera like this one. This was only like $60. You can get this camera for your PC and you can do video. That's fantastic. So there you go. Tax poet. It must be a Democrat. Get a real job, Dennis, says the libtard who actually betrays this land by his retarded comments. I want to thank you guys for being here with me. You know what? I wish that I can just sit here and be with you all day, every day. I do have to go to a doctor's appointment. I want to go ahead and play this one more time. The reality for every Democrat doesn't matter, even Mayra, doesn't matter how bad the Democratic government is. Let's be clear. Democrats are no longer Democrats. The Democrat politicians, they are the new Marxist, socialist, communists. I've been saying this for over a year here on this channel. And I've been legitimately on this channel since August, but I have made videos prior to that when I was first starting to do my own podcast in here. And, if you don't like the way that I react to things, that's okay. If you don't like that I don't let you lie on my podcast, that's also okay. There are some things that I'm not going to know, but that doesn't change my common sense view on what's happening today in our society. There is nothing that Democrats can say to us until they clean up their ways, until they actually get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, until they start standing up for American citizens' rights instead of illegal immigrants, until they do those things, they can say nothing of value to us. Clean your house before you try to clean somebody else's house. So for all of you who live in bliss, all of you who like to live in La La Land, in science fiction, in this altered reality, this video clip is for you. I don't know if you're a girl or a guy or they, them, or gender fluid or whatever the hell you think you are. I don't give a shit about your opinion. What I care is about American citizens. That's it. American citizens. Why? Because this is their country. This is their country. I think that let me ask you a question. I think, I still got time. I still got a little bit of time. Tell me, Democrats on the left, They believe it's okay to be taxed up the yin-yang. They believe putting illegal immigrants before American citizens, it's okay. They believe open borders are okay. They believe nobody is legal on stolen land and yet refuse to give away their land to the natives. Democrats believe that men are women, but they don't know what a woman is. Democrats believe that President Trump is a pedophile and that they are fighting this justice war with the Epstein files. In the meantime, they support Muslims who actually marry prepubescent children. Pedophiles. Genderqueer. Gender fluid. They, them on a single person. They support mental illness on a whole new level that has never been seen before. It is unbelievable to see how many people on the left actually think that those things are good. Now, Republicans, they stand for secure borders. American citizens first. The Constitution belongs to American citizens. We believe on deporting illegal immigrants. We believe in America first, but not America only. In order to protect the United States of America, secure borders, and then we got to put our enemies in check. We have done that in South America with Venezuela. We now have some sort of relationship with Venezuela without doing a full regime change. We made a point. We went over there and extracted a criminal who had a bounty for his arrest. We knew we can do it, so we did it. We destroyed drug boats, bringing drugs into the United States of America. We knew we could do it. We did it. We destroyed the nuclear facility in Iran. We knew we could do it. We did it. That is benefiting America, but not just America, but everybody else that is in connection with it. Today, we have 18 Latin American countries working in hand with the United States of America. Republicans are doing that, not Democrats. Democrats jail innocent people for calling out their fraud, their cheating, and they blame the innocent to get away with it. But thank God that President Trump was put in office, and many Americans in this country, left, right, it didn't matter. Everybody came together and voted for President Donald Trump, and that's why this country is the greatest country on earth. Again, despite gas prices, don't be little wimps. You guys don't complain when the gas tax is added. You guys don't complain when California is adding a tax for miles. When they're mandating, they're forcing you to get rid of your oil gas vehicles for electrical mandate with those cars where people drown because they're so hard to get out of on emergencies. But people get burned alive because the batteries catch on fire and they can't leave their car. With that being said, fraud, waste, and abuse in every Democratic city and state primarily. Republicans, are they guilty of some? Sure. But right now, it's been huge with Democrats. Call in and tell me how you will fix or how will unite us. What will unite us in this country? I want you to call in. Don't question me. Don't ask me questions. Just tell me how you would unite us. There is a number right there. I wish Team Hype will call in and tell me how we can be united in this country. And maybe Marvin Bernal, since he seems to speak enough English to understand. You guys go ahead and call that number and tell me how we can work together. All right? Now, don't question me because, see, this is what happens. When I give a topic for a conversation, when they don't have an answer, they like to ask a question to deviate from the subject. I don't want that. I want you to focus and tell me, how would you, I'm not calling you to debate, call me and tell me how we can be united. That's it. and then I can agree or disagree. Very simple. Tax poet, you've been talking a lot of shit on the channel. Go ahead and call in. We all need to work together. That's correct, Matt. We all do, okay? Come on, you can do it. You can do it all day long. Come on. Hey, don't run away. Come on. Thanks for calling. All right, who's calling?
Name's Aaron. Hey, I was going to say I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm in the middle of the road because
Good.
I think that we need all of our rights, not
Yeah.
just some. I think that the Democrats fight to take some rights, and the Republicans fight to take others.
Okay.
And then they fight. They give in to each other little by little, and we just lose our rights. We just get fucked. That's the bottom line. We lose rights no matter which way we vote. It's all a fucking sham.
Yeah. So what policies do you support?
I support policies where we get all of our rights back. I support, I think that abortion and all that shit, that's a moral issue. That's not.
That's different. Yeah. That's different. But what rights do you think the Republicans have taken away? Is it just abortion? Do you think that's the right that they've taken away?
We should have the right to use whatever substance we decide to use. Alcohol's legal, but cocaine's not. Who gives a shit? It's all the drug, right? You know what I'm saying?
I cannot defend drugs. I'll say no to drugs.
Well, you can say no to drugs. That's fine. That's your decision. I'm just saying, why are we putting people in jail for longer for drugs than we're putting people who are raping children?
Yeah, that's a good question. But let me ask you this: if we don't try to maintain order to a certain standard, for example, with your drugs, if we say marijuana is illegal, marijuana doesn't kill, drinking doesn't kill, but the driver does, whether under marijuana influence or under alcohol influence. They both are distracted. Nobody gets distracted with tobacco, but tobacco can cause cancer like many other things that are not used proportionally. But here's the thing: if we go with the ideology that you have about drugs, you have to understand something. Some people freak out smoking marijuana. Some people get very choleric. You know what that is, right? They get very angry and uncontrollable angry when they drink hard alcohol. I always say just don't drink and do drugs. Say no to drugs and alcohol. But if you say that it's okay to do all of this because this is okay, then now you're going to say heroin is also awesome, and then acid, and then you're going to have to go through all these other drugs. And it's going to be this thing to where you open a whole can of worms and say this. If you have something prescribed to you by the doctor, okay, go with that. But just because somebody wants to get high, that's not the freedom that we want to have, because then we got to pick up the mess. We get these people here in Washington State, they die on the street. They got to go clean it up. You know what Washington State says to the people? Kind of like with your mentality on this, they give free drugs.
You're not giving me the chance to tell you my full mentality on this. I don't think that you understand what I'm saying. I would rather my child not do drugs, right? I'd rather my child never touch fucking heroin or nothing. You know what I'm saying? But God forbid that they do. I would much rather that they went and got it somewhere where it was regulated, not full of fucking fentanyl or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? The government causes the problem and then pretends to fix it. And then we pay for them to pretend to fix it. Just like Prohibition with, the alcohol back in the day, that created the mafia, the Al Capones and all that shit. Just like they created the cartels. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but it's wrong.
If they were to regulate it, and they could moderate it and tax it.
Doesn't work. They do that here already. It doesn't work. People over here, they've gone from that rationality that you just gave me. They already passed. They're beyond that point here in Washington State. They actually encourage in public commercials that if your son does drugs or your best friend or somebody that you know is doing drugs, they encourage you to do drugs with them. You see, the response or the answer is not, well, if your son can have drugs, he's going to go get them from the cartel. That's his choice. The cartel says, we are going to continue to sell drugs because the Americans are druggies. How about we stop being druggies? Stop doing things that encourage people to do drugs.
People are not going to stop doing drugs.
But listen, my friend, but that doesn't mean that you're going to give them some drug use that is going to be okay. Just say, no, it's not okay. Why are they trying to do drugs?
Who are you to say what's okay for somebody else?
Because it's messing up their lives. It's obviously killing people. It's obviously affecting society. Do you think your son is going to have a nice job doing cocaine? No, it doesn't matter if it's regulated. He can't. He can't even serve. He can't do anything if he's doing cocaine. That's just how it goes.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you cannot make an excuse for a druggie. That's not how you pretend. That's not how you fix that.
See, this is where the Republicans lose here. You don't understand? It's the same thing with religion. There's supposed to be a separation of religion and state.
Yeah.
And they create policies only with Christian belief.
Yeah, our Constitution was founded on Christian beliefs.
But we have the freedom of religion. So
yeah, not the freedom to destroy our country, though.
Religion says one thing, doesn't mean that somebody else's doesn't say something else. And it's not necessarily something may not be a sin to this other religion, or this may be a sin to this religion. It doesn't matter. We have freedom of religion, so it's a free country. We are supposed to be free to do what we want if it does not hurt someone else or it's not taking from someone else, is what I'm getting at. As a true lover of the Constitution in America, then you have to love your freedom and all of it. Dangerous freedom. It doesn't matter. Love all of our freedom.
You know what? You know what the purpose of having a law is? What is the purpose of having a law?
Law and order.
Exactly. If you just allow people to do something because they want to and just think that nobody's going to get affected, that doesn't fix the problem. The fact that I have to sit here and listen to somebody tell me that it's okay for their sons to go do cocaine or heroin or whatever drug they want.
Okay for my son,
well,
it's
that's what you're implying.
To tell my son not to do it.
Right, but you said.
Doesn't mean that he's going to listen to me. And I would rather him do it find it from somewhere that's regulated.
But that's the problem. That's the problem. You saying you're making an excuse for him to do it. I would rather him do it when it's being controlled. That is wrong. You were encouraging him to do drugs.
Going to do it, I would rather it be somewhere where it's safe.
You're still encouraging the bad behavior.
That's not encouraging the bad behavior.
You just said that you'd rather him go and buy it from the pharmacy, so to speak.
If he's going to do it, then yes.
No, he doesn't have to do it. That's the point. Why would you say if he's going to do it?
That's what I said to begin with.
Okay, well then tell him not to do it, period. He's still going to get hooked.
People do what they want.
It doesn't work, friend.
You tell them not to or not.
It doesn't work. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It has to do with health. You have to know that it's not okay to do that. If they choose to do that, that is their choice.
Exactly.
You just got to tell them the consequences of what's going to happen if they do it. But you can't just say make it legal. You know how many cartels are going to come in here and just give drugs to people that are going to benefit? Like, you think we have no fraud in this country? They're going to be selling to the rich man, and then the rich man's going to get billionaires because of the money that they're going to make from drug addicts? We don't want that. We want law and order. We want order. It's illegal for a reason, and right now it's illegal. That is not something that I can get behind. Marijuana, medicinal. You beat me in the argument. I hate the smell. It makes me nauseous, but hey, to each his own, you can have marijuana. heroin, cocaine, crack, all that shit is got to go. No, we're not allowing that. So that's me on the Republican side. The Democrats are taking which rights away from you?
They want their guns.
Okay, so we take the drugs away from you, and the Democrats take the guns away from you. Pick a side. Which one you want?
Well, that's why I further lean to the right, because our
Good
guns is
choice.
the only thing that protects anything.
That's right. All right, thank you for that input. I see you. I appreciate you.
I mean, I've always been a Republican. I always vote Republican. But our Republicans betray us. They fuck us every single chance it seems like they get. We get a bill. We have the majority. We could have, the Second Amendment back the way it's supposed to be, which the Constitution wasn't written to us. It was written to them to restrict them from infringing on us.
So here, I have a question for you. Okay, so Mr. Bill on the chat says, now you remember that question that I asked you right now, right? He says this. Listen to this. This is how you know that these people are very far left, and there is probably no choice or of helping them. Listen to this comment. Here we go again. The Democrats. Dennis always points the finger at others and never himself. Now, did you notice that I gave you a choice? I asked you what rights, right? You gave me two. And then I said, okay, which one would you choose? The Republicans or the Democrats? They both are taking a right from you. The choice that you made was very obvious, right? And so if I give you a choice to go left or right, if you say Democrats, okay, I know where you're at. And, it is what it is. I'm not going to go off on you for saying that. But that's the mentality that they have on the chat. And it doesn't matter, friend. No matter what I say, they're always going to be against me because they're loyalists to a party. They're not loyal. They're not patriotic. They're not loyal to the country. They're loyal to a party.
Listen, they vote for the party that has a fucking jackass for their fucking mascot.
Be nice to them. But it's true.
Yeah, I can't. That's the way it is. They're fucking idiots. I can't vote for somebody who has a fucking jackass as their mascot. Sorry.
Why do you think they picked that anyway? Why did they pick that? I'm sure there's a reason for that.
They're fucking jackasses, and they call their voters jackasses.
You know what? I think at some point we have kind of made the comment against them that they're retarded for voting for Biden, but that's not the. I guess that could be a bad thing, but it goes on either way, right? Like here's the thing. I was against President Biden. Not because of President Biden, but because I knew he was not the president. I knew that other people were just manipulating him, just like Weekend at Bernie's. And that's what I had a problem with. But listen, whatever decision the president made, that's shit. But I never went against them or made a show, or a channel because of him.
Right, exactly.
That's not the reason why I say what I say. It's, he was my president. I mean, do I think people took advantage of him? Of course, 100%. I'm against those people. But no, it's whether Obama was a shitty dealer with the Saudis and the Emirates, okay, maybe, but still, he's still my president. I'm not going to say he's not my president. I still gotta respect the voice of the people. They voted him in, and that's just what I believe. With the first election, there was a lot of pushback. Yeah, a lot of pushback, but people voted. The second election, I believe President Trump. They cheated, but he also told people, go over there peacefully. Now, I know that Democrats think that peacefully means set the building on fire. but I don't know. There's a lot of setups.
But as far as Biden goes, the reason I was against Biden is because he's a racist piece of shit. He always has been.
He has been racist, yeah. That is true.
African Americans, for him to be the first vice president to the vice president for the first black president, that was a slap in the face to African Americans right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
He in the Senate saying he didn't want his children riding to school in an urban jungle.
Yep,
And then
it'd
he
be a
keeps trying
jungle.
to
Yeah,
tell
I
people
remember.
that he doesn't. That he was there to fight in the civil rights movement. Bitch, you were fighting against the civil rights movement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, yeah, he was, and the other reputation he has is stealing other people's slogan. Like Trump just stole the slogan from Ronald Reagan, "Make America Great Again."
The bad thing about Reagan, though, is Reagan signed the 1986 machine gun bill. He was a fucking traitor.
I heard about other stuff, and I heard some sort of apology for this and that, and those are things that might be mistakes, being done with the right intentions, and sometimes that's something that you have to give the presidents. You have to give them the benefit of doubt.
Taking it up our ass for the Second Amendment ever since. Actually, since 1934.
Yeah, what's the other one? With Barack Obama, right, releasing Muslim high-ranked terrorists and sending all this money to Iran, removing sanctions and all this other stuff, making this Iran New Deal, which was a piece of shit for the United States of America. I stopped liking him after his first term because I feel like he lied to us a lot. But then I realized that, what he ran his campaign on was immigration reform, which is why I supported him. And at the end of the day, it wasn't put on the news. I mean, not really played like they do today. But he did. He tried. He tried to pass it to Congress. Now, he didn't fight hard enough, but
What do you expect?
yeah, there's nothing much we can do. But hey, man, thanks for your call. I appreciate you. You be blessed. Have a good one. Let's hope for the best. Let's unite this country one way or another.
You too. Have a good
All right,
man.
take it easy. Anybody else that wants to tell me how we can unite in our country besides being pro drugs? I know the Second Amendment is a big thing, and believe me, they are removing it little by little. They are infringing against the Second Amendment. I think that we did win some stuff recently in the court here in Washington State about weapons. So some things have changed. Not much on our favor and not much against us. So we will continue to put up with it for a little bit. Let's see. Poet, you want to call? You want to go ahead and tell me how we can, become united? I got the answer for you. It's very simple. I want you to tell me. Yeah, he did answer all the questions. Correct. Go ahead and call me. Oh, Team Hype, go ahead and tell me how we can unite. Let's see how much love you have for this country. I am the man who... That's something a bot will say. Text Poet, I'm not a bot. He's not a bot. Trump is getting manipulated right now. You are so cognitively dissonant. Go ahead, Tim Hype. Tell me, how can we unite? How can we unite the people in this country? That's what I want to know. I know how, but you're not going to like my answer. KTG. I like it. Wake up, America. Tell me, how do we wake up? How do we unite? How do we wake up to unite? I can't wait. I cannot wait. Hurry up. We're running out of time. Get it. Joel, look at Joel Alarcon. You want to call? There's the phone number. Give me a call. You can do it! That's not going to unite us, moron. I'm going to call you names until you guys actually come to your senses. Just crickets. Crickets from the libtards. Come on, some American call me. Give me something very American that I can unite us with. Tell me how we can stop people from laughing to America again. Text, go to the corner and think about what you did wrong. And then come back when you know what you did wrong. Libtards yelling, no, when President Trump won. I love that one. KTG, if you're afraid of calling me, don't put any more comments on my chat. Go to the corner and think about what you did wrong. If you're going to be a jerk and you're not going to listen, you already know the punishment, don't you, sandwiches? All right, so go ahead and tell me how we can unite. Go ahead. Let's see if I can kick you out. Nope. I'll give you 5 minutes, non-stop talking, and then you can hang up. If you start cursing, I just hang up on you right away. Go ahead and call. There's the number right there on the line, on the screen. Come on, people. Oh, look at that. 30 libtards just left the chat. Jeez. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Get a job, they say. Get a job. Because they can do my job better. I like that. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Come on. All right, I get it. I get it. We'll I guess we'll just we'll take a break. Sounds good. We'll take a break and let's see. Yeah, we'll take a break. I gave you libtards a chance. You can't say I didn't give you a chance. You cannot get respect unless you give respect. If I tell you to call in, you follow my rules. This is my house. You're more than welcome to be in it. But you can't just sit there lies and not know the truth. You can't sit there and tell me that I'm telling you nothing factual, but you have no facts. You believe on destroying the American dream. And I'm just against it. I'm against destroying the American dream. So, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe later on, you might come back with consensus. Get some actual facts, will you? Get some actual facts. Research what's going on in Washington State, my state, so you can have an argument with me or so that you can agree with me. We can always agree to disagree, but until then, it is what it is. You'll be blessed.